I have the privilege now of introducing our speaker tonight, Dr. Jay Richards. He is the director of the Richard and Helen DeVos Center of Life, Religion, and Family. He is also the Women E. Simon Research Fellow in American Principles in Public Policy at the Heritage Foundation. He is the Senior Fellow at the Discovery Institute and Executive Editor of The Stream. He's also author of more than a dozen books, including the New York Times bestsellers Infiltrated and Indivisible. In fact, his book, Money, Greed, and God, was winner of a 2010 Templeton Enterprise Award, which is one of the most prestigious awards given annually to Christian thinkers, writers, so what a honored distinction. He has just released his new book. It actually just come out a couple of weeks ago, Fight the Good Fight. And I ordered mine off Amazon on Monday, got it on Tuesday, and finished it up, couldn't put it down. But you'll hear more about that later from me. And so it is a tremendous book and resource. But for now, I want to invite you to give a warm Eastern North Carolina welcome to our speaker tonight, Dr. Jay Richards. Come on, Eastern North Carolina. I found out about this last night, that this is going to be the first event in this space, and the event involves technology. And so we're having the kind of remote problem again here, so I'm going to, fortunately I kind of know what I'm going to say, but I want to know where I'm going to go, so, oh wait, maybe we're going to put that up. Nope, it's going to work, cool, thanks. So I won't bore you, take you 2 minutes to know the kind of weird things that had to happen behind the scenes technologically to get me to be able to control these slides. And so I think I sprung on very last night. It's like, oh, I don't use notes, I have slides, so I know where I'm going to go. We're using this new space tomorrow. Well, I really thank you for coming out on a Friday night to talk about a very difficult subject, and it is very difficult. I have noticed in the really 3 years full time that I've been talking about this issue, that there's an age gradient in terms of the capacity to process this stuff. So if you are a Gen Zer, so let's say I see there, I recognize the Gen Zers over here, you might think, oh, we're in North Carolina, so these kind of crazy ideas haven't gotten here. Not true, unless you don't have an internet connection. It's here. It's in Whitefish, Montana. It's in Edmond, Oklahoma. It is absolutely everywhere because we live in a moment, which is both amazing and terrifying, in which ideas can spread like disease vectors at the speed of light. It was only in 2007 that the first iPhone was released. It wasn't until August of 2010 that most people suddenly kind of had broadband access in what's called the last mile. So it's that recent. And now the majority of the human population and the vast majority of the American population have access to these things and carry them on their bodies. That's amazing because you can find almost any kind of thing you want to find out, right, from your pocket, right? But weird ideas also spread by video in this way. So they come from the ether down, and they work their way up through the curriculum and the teachers' colleges, and I am sorry to report our public institutions, so that you cannot escape the thought world, the bizarre funhouse mirror world of gender ideology. The only question is whether you can understand what's going on and how to combat it. So I know if you're thinking, I'm 72 years old, I'm just, kind of winding it down here, I've got a nice boat, I really don't want to kind of get dragged down into this stuff again. I know what you're thinking. It's like, I can't deal with everything. At some point you say, okay, let other folks think about it. And this one is really weird, because if you were 16 or 17, you take the basic categories of gender ideology for granted. But if you're not, if you are, say, 70 or even 60, you took things like the existence of male and female for granted. It seemed obvious, because it seemed obvious for all human history, because it is obvious, right? We all know this. And so the idea that this could be explicitly denied by leading institutions, by the commanding heights of culture, it seems like that can't really be what's happening. This must be something else. And so I'm here, if you think that, I understand that you might have some trouble kind of mentally metabolizing it. That's how I'm going to sort of describe it. Like, this can't be it. And I say that because when I first started talking about this issue about 3 years ago, the natural reaction was, that's something weird that's happening in California. That's just, like, everyone that doesn't live in California thinks, if something weird's happening, it's only happening in California. The bad news, okay, is that stuff starts in California, but it doesn't stay in California. It's unlike Las Vegas. Everything that happens in California, it ends up everywhere else, all right? And that's what got me into this. I had a perfectly happy life. I was teaching at a college in Washington, D.C. I love my colleagues and a low teaching load, the kind of gig that, if you're an academic, you sort of want. And I had a friend, a guy named Ryan Anderson, and he wrote a book. He was at a think tank in Washington, D.C. called the Heritage Foundation. It's a large think tank. I had been visiting for all their years before. I don't know how many of you know Heritage, but it's a big think tank right on Capitol Hill. Takes up now basically the whole block, 300 people on staff full-time, and a few hundred yards to the Capitol. All right, so Ryan had come out of graduate school to be the William Simon Fellow and to work on family and social issues, marriage life, religious liberty, and that's what he was doing. Starting for religious liberty, he was deeply involved in the fight on marriage, and then in 2018, actually he realized it in 2015, that there was another issue coming. And so he wrote this book called When Harry Became Sally about the transgender moment. And this book has the distinction of being the only book, at least that I know, that was actually removed from Amazon.com. The good news is that it was widely publicized, so I honestly think way more people heard about this book as a result. But when I read this book, I thought, this is a serious problem. I'm really glad that Ryan was working on this, but I didn't sort of myself think that I needed to do anything about it. And then in 2020, during COVID, I was working on a book called The Price of Panic about the lockdowns, and there was another book that the same publisher was publishing. It's kind of a long story. My daughter was actually working for the publisher while she was in college. Because of COVID, she was not in the dorm, she was at home, and she was working on this book, and I got permission, actually, I had to sign a non-disclosure agreement to be able to read the manuscript that she was editing. It was a book that would be published a few months later. It's called Irreversible Damage by a California journalist named Abigail Schreier. How many of you heard of this book? That's the cover. It's an amazing book. I think there's actually a few copies out there. This is the book that broke the news about pediatric gender transition surgery. In this case, it was happening that she focused mainly on girls in California, because those were the stories that she knew, and mainly on girls. Not because it's only happening to girls rather than boys, but because the massive prevalence of girls feeling gender dysphoria was a new thing. Prior to, say, 2009, if you were to open up the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, that's the American Psychological Association, so psychiatrists and psychologists use the DSM. Its main function is actually so that they know what to code things for insurance. That's actually what it's really for. But we think that it's really like this really objective kind of description of diseases. It's some of that, but it's all these kind of psychological conditions. The weird thing is the names of the conditions, and even their status changes over time. And so if you've read the DSM before this, what it says is that the vast majority of people who have gender dysphoria, okay, which was actually a new term. It used to be called gender identity disorder. They changed it to gender dysphoria, and this is just a feeling of distress you have over the sexual aspect of your body, called gender dysphoria. So the vast majority of people that have this are boys, prepubescent boys, not girls, and the vast majority of them grow out of it after they go through puberty. All right, so this is a serious problem for a very small number of boys, for the most part, but it mostly was naturally cured, sometimes needing therapy, by puberty itself. But that's completely changed. When Schreier wrote her book, came out in 2020, what she notices is a weird shift in which it was, first of all, the number of kids with this had absolutely exploded, and all of a sudden there was a majority of girls. And by the way, a large chunk of the girls themselves had coexisting psychological disorders and then even neurodiverse issues like being on the autism spectrum. This is a new thing, both in terms of the numbers and in terms of the population that was dealing with this. One more detail, the official view of the APA and the American Academy of Pediatricians, Pediatrics, and the Endocrine Society is that really the one and only proper way to treat this is through medicalization with puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and gender transition surgery, which you can just think of as sex trait modification surgery, to treat a psychological issue. All right? Now, just this week, the APA, the American Psychological Association, has doubled down on this point and is absolutely insisting that they had this right. Is claiming anyone that says otherwise is guilty of misinformation, which is what they always say, right? And they're doing this at a time when, as we'll talk about later, the vast majority of actually Northern European countries who are ahead of us on this have rethought it and have actually either put the brakes on this procedure or actually changed the intervention entirely. All right, but our institutions have been captured. And that's what Abigail Schreier's book did, but it told the kind of medicalization story. And so when I read this, sometimes you just read something and you can't not have read it. You can't, okay, well now I'm going to forget that. It just gets down in you. And that's what this did. It's like, okay, I could teach these classes on entrepreneurship and technology and it's all great. And I just can't rest until I somehow get involved in this fight. So this is strange. Everybody's built this way, but this is what it was like for me. And so I told Brian, I said, if you ever leave Heritage, maybe I'll apply for your position, and then we can double the number of backs in the policy world for the arrows that you're receiving. Because he was kind of the only person in the policy world talking about it. Well, lo and behold, he got offered a position as the president of another think tank in DC called the Ethics and Public Policy Center. His position opened up. I wasn't going to say anything, but my daughter remembered what I had said. And she said, Dad, I remember what you said. And so I applied for the position, got hired, and suddenly found myself right in the middle of this fight. And so I thought, okay, well, I guess this is what I was supposed to do, because that was actually fairly easy. It looked like there were a million roadblocks. And it's been absolutely unbelievable and amazing, because there is this growing army, this motley coalition of people that have come together to fight this, that look nothing like every other sort of coalition event I've ever been in. If you've thought about it, if you've ever gone and prayed in front of Planned Parenthood clinic, for instance, you know the types of people that come to Planned Parenthood clinics, or if you go to a prayer breakfast, you know the types of people that show up to prayer breakfast, right? Well, all those people are on board with this, but they're also atheist evolutionary biologists. And they're left-wing lesbians that are really, really mad that men are getting put in women's prisons by saying to women. Right? And it's parents of no particular religious or political persuasion whose children are being socially transitioned behind their backs that suddenly are awakened to the horror of what's going on in schools. That's different. Trust me, I've been involved in sort of politics and culture and these things for a long time. This is different. We are in a different moment, which is both terrifying, but an amazing opportunity for us as Christians. Now, I just want to leave that with you, because I know you're wondering, how is this an opportunity? Trust me, it absolutely is. So what we're going to do is I'm going to talk tonight. Chloe's going to have a thing tomorrow afternoon. We're going to do some stuff Saturday night, and then we'll close it up actually on Sunday morning. So these things will be connected. And so that's a sort of advertisement for coming to all three of them, all right? Because we're going to sort of leave behind the stuff that we talked about before. So what I want to do tonight, first persuade you of how utterly pervasive this is, and how you can't actually get away from it. The only question is what you're going to do about it. And even if you can get away from it, your children or your grandchildren aren't going to be able to get away from it. And as long as we're on this earth, we have a responsibility to our fellow human beings. And so we all actually, once you know, I'm warning you, you heard that in the grocery store, once you know, you're going to be responsible to do something about it. And so this is a weird and complicated question, what gender ideology is, but in some ways it sort of reduces to a single question. Should we teach our children that they may be born in the wrong body? All right, so think about this for a minute. There's multiple things here, right? There's the question, is it possible for a person to be born in the wrong body? Or what would it mean to say that someone is born in the wrong body? What does that mean exactly? And then let's say you can come up with a coherent way of framing that. I don't actually think you can. If you spend time on it, what you find is that almost any way you formulate that ends up being nonsense. Let's assume you can figure out a way to say that makes sense and that it's possible. There's still the should question. Even if it were possible, should you teach that to children? Now, it turns out it's not possible, and that actually makes sense. But what we're doing is we're teaching kids, we're introducing them to the idea that who they really are might be fundamentally different from their bodily reality. And here's the difficulty. Christians, we partially bear some responsibility for this because we have become uncomfortable with the body. We're embarrassed by the body. God made us from the dust of the earth and the breath of life. He didn't take evil matter and embed a soul in it. That's an idea called Gnosticism. That's not Christianity. Right? He made us bodily. We believe not just in the immortality of the soul, but the resurrection of the body. And to be human is to be made male and female, to be sexual beings. Now, sex and the sexuality can be distorted, and it can be disordered, and it can be isolated incorrectly, but that by itself is not bad or evil. And if we don't know how to understand it and articulate it and talk about it, that doesn't mean it doesn't get talked about. It means it gets talked about badly. And so what we got to do is, honestly, you're going to feel this probably. It's like you keep saying the word sex a lot. It's kind of stressing me out. And so that's sort of intentional, okay? Because learning to use the language, how to speak precisely about these things, and learning to defend our embodiments is a part of the way that we get out of this. Because here's the idea. If you were born in the wrong body, then that means, okay, if you feel that, like you have a sense, okay, I'm this thing, right? I'm this person, and my body's a separate thing. It's like a meat suit, right? It's separate from me, and it's a yucky meat suit that I might want to get rid of and replace with something else, right? That's what happens. And so that would mean if you are uncomfortable with your body, the way to fix it is not to adjust yourself to your bodily reality. It's to adjust your bodily reality to your self-perception, which is precisely what gender ideology is about. It is what it's about. It's completely off the reservation. Now, it's completely bizarre philosophically. I mean, even to try to make sense of this is sort of a full-time job, but it doesn't really matter. Because ultimately, at bottom, gender ideology is not about developing a kind of secular alternative worldview that will last for hundreds of years and create a new civilization. It is a cultural wrecking ball designed to destroy the present order by disordering and disorienting our understanding of reality. That's what it's about. And so because of that, it doesn't really matter if it doesn't hold up. In fact, that's almost a feature, right? Because it confuses you and it gets you kind of your mind warped. And if it destroys the present order, for the people who support it, it's more or less done its job. And so that's why so much of the effort on gender ideology has been devoted to getting to young children. Why is that? Because so think about the way we form concepts of reality. So when you're a child, most of you, I can remember this very acutely because I grew up in the 1970s. I was a little kid at a time when hairstyles weren't clear and distinct like they were in the 1950s. And so I can remember in the first grade, you're figuring out who the boys and girls are, right? And so that's, like, that's kind of the first thing you have to learn as a little kid is there's adults and kids, right? You have a kind of clear and distinct. It's not clear where one ends and the other begins, but you know the difference. And there's a clear difference between boys and girls. But when you're a little kid, you're prepubescent, unless the clothing kind of gives you a signal, you don't necessarily know for sure. I remember there was this kid in my first grade class, he had long, thick hair, and I wasn't really sure, is he a boy or a girl? And then I saw him at a Cup Stick Out meeting, and it's like, solved it, right? It solved it then. Okay, right? So what's happening? Well, what you're doing is you're interacting with reality, you're interacting with actual males and females, and so you form this concept that there are males and females. You don't really exactly know, like somebody said, can you find a male for me? When you're 6, you don't know, but you apprehend it. Most of what we know, we apprehend rather than comprehend. And so and that's very stable. If you've been thinking that way for a long time, it's going to be really hard to uproot your thinking and to persuade you that, there really aren't boys and girls, or some people are boys, some people are girls, some people are both, neither, somewhere in between, or some other thing you haven't even thought of. Right? I'm not sure what you're talking about. That sounds wrong. When you're 5, if your teacher reads you a book, you go to these books. This is 3 of a couple dozen kindergarten books designed to teach kids the categories of gender ideology. So remember, in kindergarten and first grade, kids are just learning to read, and so the books are designed to be visually arresting and have really pithy, short, accessible prose that the teacher can generally read to the students, read to and with the students. So here are 3 such books. Now, to get a book in a school is hard. It's really hard to get the same book in hundreds of thousands of schools. You have to have a publisher, an author, an illustrator. You got to write the thing, you got to get a contract, you got to publish it, you got to print it, you got to create a fake award ceremony to award the book, an award, so that school boards not paying attention will adopt it. Because it's got this little cool medallion on the cover, and then they'll put it in the library, and then the teacher will use it. So we're going to have a 5 or 10 year lead time, right, to plan this out and to get it on in a classroom in that way, or at least in more than one classroom. So here's one, that book in the middle, It Feels Good to Be Yourself. So that sounds all right, But if you read the book, what you will find is in the climax of the book, the main lesson, some people are boys, some people are girls, some people are both, neither, or somewhere in between. That's the lesson. You're 5. You thought, okay, no. And then you're asked, so what that means is you don't know if someone's a boy or a girl, or neither or both, or somewhere in between. So how do you find out? You ask them. And then how do they answer? Well, that's where you teach them. Okay, so you need to decide, you need to choose the pronouns that you will use, that you want people to use for you. That very act is a catechesis, a lesson in gender ideology. Because notice what it does is it implies, okay, so I'm going to step out of the weird world of gender ideology back into reality. So if you're an actual male, until recently, it never occurred to anyone that you could choose your pronouns. Because your pronouns just corresponded to what you were, a male. It never occurred to anyone that was a subject of choice. Right? And so to say that, oh no, you choose your pronouns, and so you might have been assigned a male at birth, that doesn't mean your pronouns are he, she, or he, him. It could be she, her. And that's not the only option. That's just 2 options. So you see what happens? All we've done is the single lesson and then ask children to choose their pronouns, and there's already a shattering of their mental framework for reality. That's all it takes. So that's why if you want to know what ditch to die in, it's the pronouns. That's the ditch to die in, especially with children. So that's why that happens. And this is not a secret. I know it sounds conspiratorial. All you have to do is spend about 2 hours on the internet. I'm sorry, this will not be a pleasant experience, Googling queer theory, which is not a pejorative, that's the name of a subset of critical theory that's a part of the story. And queer theorists will tell you that the point of the theory is to destabilize and to decenter people's conceptual categories. Queer theory, by the way, that was a pejorative term that we didn't use for a long time, but for queer theory, that's a verb. Queer means to queer something is to destabilize it and to disorder it and to disrupt it. Right? So what I'm telling you is not some kind of secret thing. They tell you that this is exactly what it's about. It's not even hiding in plain sight. It's not even hiding. It's just a Google search away. All right, so that's why you have to get kids, because this stuff's so bizarre, it's so contrary to natural experience, so contrary to the categories that everyone at every time and place, in every culture, in every religion has had, that if you hope to kind of disorder and disrupt the idea that there's a sexual binary, male and female, you gotta get them when they're young. But this was also the problem, is that they moved too fast. And so the way they got as far as they did, it was by not scaring the horses, or in this case, not scaring the parents, by moving very carefully and subtly and telling you it was about something that it wasn't, right? But then all of a sudden, they go for your kids, and your kids come home, and you realize what's happened. And you wake up with several hundred, or several 100,000, or several million moms who weren't actually a part of any kind of culture war until day before yesterday. So that's both terrifying, but in a sense, it's good they did this because they exposed themselves, I think, a little bit too early. Now, what's the effect of all this? If you're wondering, how did so many kids suddenly present with symptoms of gender dysphoria, when most of us probably may have never met anyone? If you had gone back 10 years earlier, you might have seen or known someone who we would call transsexual, so say a man that dressed as a woman, but it was a man dressed as a woman. There was no confusion about what was happening. But the idea that someone, because they feel different than their body, actually are, right? That's a new and radical idea. How did that just absolutely explode onto the scenes? Well, it exploded onto the scenes, and other scholars, including Abigail Shrier, and a scholar named Lisa Lippman, who has made her life miserable for talking about this, analyzed this, and Lisa Lippman coined the term rapid onset gender dysphoria. And so what we had is before, there were rare cases of young boys who, for some or another reason, would feel uncomfortable and discordant with their sex bodies. All of a sudden, you have entire friend groups in schools of girls suddenly announcing that they're transgender or they're non-binary, which is another category. All of a sudden, right? Like it was a disease vector. Well, it is a disease vector. It's a disease vector of the ideological or the psychological world. And things pass, and we know this historically. We know that this tends to happen with adolescent girls, because adolescent girls, for those of you that can remember, recently or now, girls mature more quickly than boys, alas. And so boys, it's not clear exactly when they fully mature, but it's slower. Okay. So it's very kind of gradual. It's not like it just happens. And so there's this weird moment at about 20 where it's like, okay, what's happening here? But the other thing, and I'm generalizing, right? This is kind of the normal distribution exception, is that females tend to be much more gregarious than boys. They tend to be much subtler in kind of social cues and stuff like that. And so they pick up these cues from their fellow female peers better than males do. Males, in general, don't quite pick up on certain cues. Or I'm told by my daughters and my wife, this is good. All right? And so the reality, though, is that the kind of the danger, that's the strength, is that females, they tend to be verbal more quickly, they tend to be more gregarious, they notice social cues. And so as a result, if a very influential member of the peer group does something, maybe she gets a weird tick, just a weird tick. All of a sudden, all the friends have got exactly the same tick. Well, there's not a virus that caused her to get that weird tick, right? It was something else. That's what's happening here. It's clearly what's happening. And if, in a normal circumstance, okay, we got to do something because this is a problem. But because there was kind of ideological underpinning to this, nobody wants to talk about that. So if you're Lisa Lippman and you
publish an article and you say there's this new phenomenon called rapid onset gender dysphoria, the ideologues in the scientific community, they don't say, oh gosh, new information. They say, okay, she's crazy and evil, we got to silence her. That was the sure sign that you're not dealing with objective science. I could spend a bunch of time on how explosive this is, but I will just give you one example. Part of the problem in the United States is that we don't have the information centralized anywhere. So if you were to say, how many kids have gotten put on cross-sex hormones? How many kids have detransitioned, like Chloe told? We don't have good numbers on it because it's happening all over the place and it's not centralized. Perhaps the one good thing about having a socialized health system like they have in the UK is that it's all centralized, and so they have all the data. So as it happens in the UK, there was basically one pediatric gender clinic in the country called the Tavistock Clinic. Anybody wonder how many pediatric gender clinics there are right now in the US? Depends on how you count. So there are 79 designated pediatric gender clinics, and there are about 600 Planned Parenthood clinics dispensing cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers. So if you just take the pediatric gender clinics, there's 79. All right, so there's one in the UK. Well, what they noticed is that there were massive increases over a several year period of kids being referred to this. So they go to their physician, they report symptoms of gender dysphoria, and then they get referred to the Tavistock Clinic. All right, so if you look, it's going to be kind of hard to see, so I'll tell you what this more or less says, but you can see the magnitude. So it starts sort of 2009. This is basically 2009 or 2010 to 2020. From 2009 to 2019, so that was a decade, there was a 4,400% increase in the number of kids being referred to this clinic. Now, I didn't add a zero. That's 44 times more kids. Now, that's a disease vector. That is not, oh, we're getting a little better at diagnosing this, and so we're noticing more. No, something's happening. And clearly, this doesn't get spread by an actual virus or a parasite or, an amoeba or something like that. This is an idea. And it's come at kids from lots of different places for lots of different complicated reasons, but they have been jammed into a pressure cooker ideologically of these things. And this is what's happening to them. And it is adults that have done this to them. And it is our responsibility to fix it. Okay, so what is gender ideology? Are these slides working, by the way? Okay, I figured, so it's a little odd because I'm using an iPad to move a computer back there, but I can't see these slides. So I'm just wondering if I'm just punching something, nothing's happening. Okay, so moving. So you'll tell me if something doesn't happen. All right. Okay, so what is gender ideology? This is the hard part, really the main thing I want to leave you with tonight. About a year ago, I got a bunch of calls. Our media people at Heritage got calls from several different reporters, and they wanted to do stories on it, and they wanted to ask me this question: what was the origin of the term gender ideology? All right, so if you were to get a call from several different news sources with a very specific question like that, would that seem suspicious to you? Yes, it would. It's like somebody got a memo. They didn't want to know, I want to talk about gender ideology or its effects or what it is, but rather, where did the term come from? Now, what was happening? What's happening is that activists on the other side hate us using this word because it implies that this is an ideology that makes certain claims that could be true or false. What they want you to think is that this is just sweet reason and science, all this stuff. And so when you call it a gender ideology, you don't want to argue it. You don't want to say, well, I believe in gender ideology, and here's why. Because you're saying there isn't one. There is no ideology here. And now actually, as a result of this, I did find out where the term originated. But lots of people kind of converged on this term for a reason. Why don't we say transgenderism? That's another term. You kind of know what that is. The main reason is this. If you look at the ever-growing acronym, it's LGBTQIA+, and in fact, it's 2S on the front now. Y'all might not have gotten the news yet, but it's, yeah, so that's two-spirit. They put that on the front for some reason. And then there's a plus. So if you notice, T is just one of the letters. So trans is only one option. What trans means is that you were assigned male at birth, but are really a female, or you were assigned female at birth, but are really a male. That's T. So you need a word that describes this whole intellectual move of which that is a part. And so that's, it could have been anything, but gender ideology is the word that stuck. Now, if you want to know what it is, this is actually really complicated. And so I will give you a taste of the complexity, but then I promise I will boil this down so you know exactly what the claim of gender ideology is. Sort of tell the story as a tale of two words. I mentioned this at the beginning. So we have this word in English, sex. Notice how I let it just sit there for a minute. See? You were uncomfortable. What's he going to say next? Did the pastors vet this guy carefully? What's happened? I know what's the feeling, because I've got it too. I grew up in Texas, I know. We have another word I'm happy to report, and it doesn't give you that awkward feeling. It's the word gender. That's not awkward, is it? And so people say all sorts of odd things about the origins of these words. And so a couple of years ago, I thought, I'll just find out. You can actually do an etymological study. That's just a study of the origin of a word and how it's changed over time. And because the internet exists, it's not very hard. And so most people, if you ask them, they'll say, well, wasn't gender just a word that they used in grammar textbooks or something? That's actually wrong. You can find the word gender in English being used as early as 1435 to refer to the natural difference between male and female. And this should not surprise you. Gender is related to genus, generation, engender, right? It has something to do with that kind of reproductive capacity and the difference between male and female. So it was a word, and that's what it referred to. And the word sex, it turns out, also is used to refer to the same dynamic, this difference between male and female. Now, here's the difference, though, is that the word gender had a much wider range of use. So remember when you go to the dictionary, there's a bunch of uses, right? There's different senses of a word. There was a sense of these two words that for centuries just was the word we used to refer, we might say the male gender men, the female gender women, and the male sex, the female sex. You see, it's just basically the same thing. But gender was also used in grammar. And so, for instance, we've lost this because my ancestors invaded the English Isles as 20-year-old men. All the English words from Old English, all those endings got dropped. It's literally because the Vikings had to learn Old English when they were 20, and you can't learn a language when you're 20, and so they simplified it. And so English isn't like German and French and Latin, all these complicated endings. So if you're wondering about that, thanks the Vikings. That's why that happened. All right, but most languages have these endings, right? They'll have, in German you have a masculine, a feminine, and a neuter article. So we just have a the. German has three options, right? What's all these endings? Masculine, feminine, and neuter. Got it? So gender can refer to language things. Masculine and feminine. It can also refer to just differences between men and women. Sex is generally just referring to the kind of natural differences. And then sometime in maybe the 19th century, the word sex came to be the preferred word in scientific settings because people started thinking about the fact that, it's not just, everybody knew this all along, but they were analyzing not just humans, but say, mammals in general and vertebrates and the whole animal kingdom and the animal and plant kingdoms, and there's sexual reproduction in all those organisms. And so the word sex is what was used for that. Make sense? So that was kind of the preferred science term. It's only in the 20th century that we got this expression in which we use the word sex in that other sense that makes you uncomfortable, as the sex act. That expression, to have sex, that's a 20th century invention. So it was only awkward, just started being awkward a century ago, alas. And so as a result, then a lot of people started using the word gender because it's the polite euphemism that avoids that awkward feeling. Do you see what's happening? All right, so I know this is complicated, but this is absolutely crucial to understand what happened. Okay, so in the 1950s, certain theorists, John Money was one, who's I've only one to tell his story, Johns Hopkins, and certain feminist scholars wanted to distinguish between the biological differences between males and females and the social and psychological differences. So it said sex refers to like reproductive stuff. It's the stuff that's hardwired into biology. Gender refers to the things that we associate with male and female, like the types of jobs you should do, whether you're weak or strong, colors, all these kinds of things, some of which might have something to do with biology, but many of which might just be kind of conventional or even stereotypes. You see, so sex for the real biological stuff, gender for the kind of social stuff that's related to it. All right, you following? Can you believe it's this complicated that it's all 2 words? But this is what was happening. This is all happening underground. All right, so that's where it went, and you can still see this. In fact, several states in the U.S. have definitions, including in bills that we supported, that will say, okay, sex is going to be used for biological differences, gender will refer to the kind of psychological and social aspects of that. All right? But people didn't generally know that, and so we just use these words as synonyms. And it's so prevalent now that if you go to the doctor and you get a new form to fill out, it is almost never going to say sex. It's going to say gender. That would never have happened, probably even in 1990. I watched it happen in my adult life, in which the word sex has just completely been disappeared. It's like you got sent to Siberia somewhere. I mean, it's just nowhere when you're talking about this. It's still used in that other kind of sense, right? The embarrassing one, but it's not used to talk about the difference between male and female. Now, why does that matter? It matters because here's the last step, is that the meanings of these words got shifted like those tectonic plates moving slowly under the continents that you don't notice unless you're on a ridge and in California or something, right? So that gender came to refer to something different from sex. And most people don't realize this. Most people are just now fully accustomed to saying gender. But if you will notice, people will not use the word sex when they're kind of committed gender idealists. So this is one way you can tell if somebody is, like these tests to see if someone's a witch that never seem to work. Like do they float? Or, this is actually a useful test to see, is this first person fully committed to this ideology, and to see if they will use the word sex to refer to natural differences between male and female. And if they won't, they are evasive, or they use 2 substitute words. That's the tell. So what are the 2 substitute words? We're now in a position to understand what gender ideology is. Gender ideology is the claim or the idea that the biological difference between male and female is sort of non-descriptive or not useful or not accurate, but rather should be displaced and replaced by 2 other concepts: gender identity and sex assigned at birth. And you might not have known it, but for years, the folks on the other side have been using the word gender, and what they mean is gender identity. You thought they meant gender like you meant it, sex, male and female. They meant something completely different, and they got us all using their language. This is clever. Diabolical, but clever. And we're still actually mostly playing games. So what's a gender identity? Gender identity, if you can Google this, because there's a bunch of stuff I'm going to say that sounds crazy, and so that's why I keep saying, Google it and see that this is what they're really saying. Because I don't want you to just necessarily trust me if it sounds crazy. A gender identity is an internal sense of gender. All right, so with definitions, there's like one really basic rule when you're going to define a word. And here's the rule. Don't use the word you were trying to define in the definition. Right? And so if you say, what's a gender identity? It's an internal sense of gender. What's that? Well, they're never going to say male or female. Never going to say that. They might say male, female, or something else, right? But there'll never be a one-to-one correspondence between a male and female gender and male and female sex. It's never going to be tied back by gender ideologues to a reality in biology. And so then you say, well, what about sex? I mean, that's in every biology textbook. We know about, I've got holly trees in my front yard. There's a male one and there's a female one. What's happening here? The general don't want to talk about the holly trees, but with humans, they'll say, well, what sex is that's a kind of stereotype. And so what happened is that doctors got accustomed to associating certain body parts with certain stereotypes that we call male and female. And so if you were born, they look at you, and then 99.98% of the time, you can tell that you're male or female, right, based on these body parts. And so if you have a certain kind of body parts, they say male, other kinds of body part, female. But it's assigned to you. You see the verb assigned? Not observed, not recognized, not discovered, assigned. So they assign this to you, kind of like I assigned you to group A or group B. It's a social construct. It's a convention. It's not a real thing. So all there is, sex is gone. All there is an internal sense of gender and a social construct based on stereotypes called a sex assignment at birth. Now that, I admit, sounds completely crazy, but that's all we got. And I will prove it to you. This is the idea with two images taken straight from the internet. And what I want you to see is the change. All right, so this is a gender-bred person, one of several very popular illustrations designed to teach young kids to think in terms of the categories of gender ideology. So that the point of this is to teach kids, don't think of you and your peers as boys and girls, male and female. Think of everyone as having these different gendered aspects of themselves. All right, now, if you can look, it's a little small, but right up at the top, this says the gender-bred person version 3.3. So that tells you that this went through several variations, because the guy, I assume he's a Gen Xer like me, Sam Kellerman, that developed this, he wanted to represent gender ideology accurately, but he learned it as an adult. He was like those Vikings, right, invading the English Isles. They didn't know the language, and they kind of botched it, and so he kept trying to get it right, and then committed gender ideologues would criticize him for not capturing the idea. And so here at version 3.3, this is a snapshot in time of what was happening, all right? And so if you'll notice what you have here. So, this is so small, I can't read it either. Let me try to read the rest of this. Basically, so here's the idea. Is you've got identity, right? And in this case, it's pointing to a brain. You notice that there's identities, maleness, femaleness, masculineness, feminine. You've got identity, you've got expression, you've got attraction, sexual and emotional attraction, right? Pointing to kind of different body parts. And then you have something called what? Can anybody read that? Biological sex. All right. That seems still kind of wild, but at least it's there. He was attacked for this because he didn't quite get what they were saying. Now, he was attacked for a few other reasons. There's other problematic aspects to the gender-bred person 3.3. For instance, that brain right there. Notice the identity is associated with a biological object, the brain. That might mean that, gender identity is not just an internal sense of your gender. It's like maybe there's a female brain in a male body or something like that. And they actually tried to verify this. It turns out it wasn't true. And it's problematic because it anchored it back in biology in any case. And then the third bad thing is that it looks like a gingerbread man. Man. Right? So you knew that this was ill-fated from the start. He's since gone and sort of updated it. So what I want you to see is the change from that to the pure. This is the pure cataclysm of gender ideology, the gender unicorn. Again, you have the spectra, right? Notice the spectra, they're number lines, but they don't have lines on like numbers. So there's no discrete stopping point. It's just a spectrum. It's a smooth spectrum, right? You can be anywhere along those things. Notice, look at some of the changes. So, is the gender unicorn obviously male or female? No, androgynous. Also purple, Also slightly out of shape. I don't know if that's relevant, but compared to the very, very fit gingerbread person, you notice it. And where did the brain go? Gone. There's an idea. It's an idea of a rainbow, right? It's an idea, and it's purely ethereal or immaterial or psychological. It's not physical, it's not biological. But this is the main thing I want you to see. Right there. Sex assigned at birth. Then that is what children are being taught. The biological sex, it's not a real thing, but they're not even quite told that. It just drops out. It's just not a category. It's not discussed. It's like Stalinist Russia, in which someone falls out of favor with Stalin, right? Just disappears, just airbrush the guy out of the picture. That the sex is gone. It's replaced by this sex assigned at birth and a gender identity. Now, so all of this, there's a bunch of other kind of depressing stuff that happens here. But now you're in the position to understand what gender ideology is as it's been received and is being taught to children. Now, it would be a mistake to think that this is a stable thing, that it's, okay, now it's fixed, and they're not going to change this. They're going to change it. It's going to vary, right? Once in fact, I have a sense of how this is going to go, actually, because queer theory, unlike gender ideology, queer theory claims that gender and sex are pure social constructs. So even the idea that you have a fixed gender identity doesn't make sense to them. But right now, for, I would say, political purposes, they need to teach it this way. So here's the kind of philosophical picture that they're proposing. What we really are, what you really are, is a psychological self that's independent of your body, in the sense that your sense of self, your gender identity, could be completely incongruent and contradictory with your body. And so if that's true, now if you step outside that world, what would you say? Okay, well, this man that I've known for 6 years tells me he's Napoleon and is, in fact, the Emperor of France, right? He insists he was in the Battle of Waterloo, the whole story, right? And so you would say, okay, well, he's going to need some help because he's not Napoleon, right? He is mistaken. That's not how you deal with it in this situation. You don't say, well, okay, so my son says that he's a female. You don't say, of course, he's not a female, right? You know a male is not a female because he's not, and so he needs help. We don't say that. We say, well, your job as a parent is just to ask your child. They will tell you who they are. And if the child that you thought was your son tells you that he's not your son, he's your daughter, or that he's neither male nor female, he's non-binary, and if you wonder what that is, don't bother trying to figure it out. I mean, it's not what, it's some other thing. Right? Don't get too lost in the categories. Your job is just to say, okay, then that's who you are. So it's basically the only condition in which a 5-year-old gets to self-diagnose. Literally. And so if someone is fully committed to gender ideology, they don't test this. They don't say, okay, let's do 6 months of diagnosis, because that would actually be implying that they don't believe you or that you don't know who you are. But of course, you know who you are, and so if you tell us, our job is to affirm that. Our job is to restructure our language and the rooms in the building and in the school and the pronouns that we use and the names that we use. And then ultimately, your body itself needs to be restructured around this internal sense of gender. That's what's happening. And that sounds crazy, but if you get that, everything makes sense about why people say and are doing what they do, why they refer to this treatment as gender-affirming care. It's gender identity-affirming care. So the real thing is this psychological self, and the body is just this accidental thing. God did not create us fully physical and fully spiritual, male and female, so that what you are is a human male or a human female. What you are is just a kind of self-thinking self. And for some reason, no one had noticed this until 7 minutes ago that there was this thing called a gender identity. I still can't find who won the Nobel Prize for this and discovering this or anything. So it's amazing. It's like the most consequential discovery of all time. That there are male and females that really capture human reality, but this thing called an internal sense of gender, that's what we really are. I mean, it seems like we should celebrate and like at least name the person that discovered this, right? I mean, shouldn't there be a plaque for them or something instead of just kind of putting it, on these diagrams? Well, that's what you would do. So if nobody discovered this is complete nonsense. What does it mean to have an internal sense of gender? What would it mean? If you were a male, okay, we're going to talk about how to define male and female tomorrow. I know you're really excited about that. I'm sure you're really friend. But what would it mean? Okay, so someone is me. Okay, so I have normal chromosomal arrangement. By the way, chromosomes don't define what sex is. Chromosomes are the normal sex determining mechanism. Okay, it's a little subtle detail. We've got all the normal kind of equipment that a male would have. Normal hormonal portfolios. I'm a father, right? So male. So what would it mean if I were to say, not whether it's true, what would it mean to say that I'm really a female? What could that possibly mean? I mean, all it could mean would be, well, look it up. Look up the questionnaires that kids are asked to fill out to figure out their gender identity. It would have to mean something like, well, I like floral patterns. I like pink. I like to dance. I like music. I don't really like sports. Literally. So in other words, stereotypes, gender stereotypes of typical male and female traits, because that's all you've got. That's all you've got. So we spent a couple of generations telling kids, be yourself, you don't have to conform to overly rigid stereotypes, yeah, you're a boy and girl, there's certain expectations, but it's like, it's fine to be a girl that likes Legos. Right? It's fine to be a boy that likes music and doesn't want to play football. That just means you're a boy that likes music. But if you have completely discarded sex, the only thing it can mean to be a male that's really a female would be that I like things that are stereotypically female. And that is always and exactly what happens. So even if you're way over on the left and you're a feminist and you didn't like all these overly rigid stereotypes about men and women, and you still got your brain, you look at this and you say, okay, that's regressive. What you're telling us is that we are really just stereotypes. And so if a man grows his hair long and puts some fingernails on and puts lipstick on and says he identifies as a woman and then commits a violent crime, he gets put in the women's prison because he identifies as a woman. Because that's what it means to be a woman in this weird ideology, is to identify as a woman. And if you say, what is a woman? The only consistent answer is, it's anyone who identifies as a woman. And here we are again, right? Perfect circle. But to get out of it and help our fellow human beings get out of it, we've got to understand exactly what's happening. Now, I could go into all the kind of weird details philosophically about where all this stuff came from. Maybe we'll talk about it a little more tomorrow. I don't want to do that here. Because actually every idea is the result of lots of other ideas, usually. And gender ideologies, in some ways, it's like the conglomeration of all the worst ideas of the 19th and 20th century boiled into, crumbled up into a single ball. All the worst ones, just right here for us, And so you can take a Marxist thread, you can follow critical theory in the Frankfurt School, you can do French postmodernism, you can do psychology and expressive individualism, and you can do these really long, complicated lectures. But what I want you to notice is that what it's really about is distorting our language of reality, right, and being confused. So that the Associated Press already has requirements, right? If someone is non-binary and their preferred pronouns are they, them, they're going to use those pronouns to refer to this person that if you really, a sleuth, can find out it was a guy named Jim Smith or whatever that became Zephyr Smith or whatever, right, and is non-binary, and so it has they, them. And you're reading a story from the Associated Press, and you can't follow it because of the weird pronouns. That's the point, right? It's just to kind of confuse you. So that's it. You can think of it intellectually, but there's another way to think about it, and I'll leave it with this. You can think about gender ideology as the next thing to come in the long march of the sexual revolution. So think of the sexual revolution. So ideas work their way through history in weird and complicated ways. They're not like arguments where one thing follows necessarily like a deductive argument from another. They just kind of work their way through. And historically, ideas usually, especially revolutionary ideas, they come into existence with a technology that makes them possible. All right, so think of the sexual revolution as a train ride. And it starts somewhere, and then there's a bunch of stops to the sexual revolution. And at each stop, some people get off. They're like, okay, this far, no farther. This is a little too much for me. All right, so we are right now, we are just leaving the station in which we deny the sexual binary of male and female. That's where we are. And a bunch of people are getting off on the station. There's another station, 2 stations left over here. Actually, 1 station and then the ravine into the abyss. So where's the first station? Way over here. What is it? Okay, I would propose what it is. It's the claim and the technological ability to make it possible that sex, marriage, and reproduction don't naturally and intrinsically go together. That we can separate, in fact, should separate them, and we will be freer and happier and less repressed if we separate sex, marriage, and childbirth. Right, so what do we need for that? Well, we need impermanent marriage, so we need no-fault divorce. People say that makes marriage a contract. No, that's wrong. You don't have no-fault contracts. It's below that, actually. And so you gotta make that easy. Okay, but if sex and childbirth and marriage are not going to go together, then you need to have, a lot of sex outside the context of marriage. Now, how do you do that without having a bunch of children out of wedlock? You need a technology that makes it possible. So I'll just let you think about that. 1960s. Right? It was not possible before. There were ways of slightly disrupting it, but it wasn't fairly reliable until the 1960s. All right? But guess what? Well, turns out that even if you have a technology that's pretty reliable at prevention from getting pregnant when you have sex, if 10 times more people have sex out of marriage, you can end up with a lot more kids out of marriage. And then what do you do about that? Well, you gotta have a way to get rid of those extra kids. Roe v. Wade, 1973. Right, and so I want you to think about it. Different people were getting off. Some people got off at the beginning, right? They kind of saw where this was going. Nope. A lot of Christians got off in 1973 with Roe v. Wade. But the train kept going. And so now think about it. If sex and childbearing and marriage don't go together, why would marriage intrinsically involve just a man and a woman? What's the justification for it involving just a man and a woman? Well, the answer would be, marriage has something to do naturally. It doesn't mean every marriage and every time always has children, but it has in its nature something to do with the social institution that recognizes the natural capacity of a male and a female to give birth to children, and children ought to be raised ideally in the context of their married mother and father. So that's what marriage is. But wait, y'all already told us 40 years ago that's not what marriage is. Remember? They don't go together. So what marriage is like 2 people like each other, love each other, want to talk about it and tell people. And so that took a while to work its way out, right? And it wasn't until 2015 that the Supreme Court agreed. It said it's actually violating people's civil rights if 2 men or 2 women want to get married because it's arbitrary. Okay, so you see how it's going? Why 2? Why only 2? There was a logic before, because what does it take to create a child? 1 fertile male and 1 fertile female can reproduce the whole human race. So there's a logic to saying there should be just 1 of each, and we're going to limit it to that because we actually have historical evidence that when you don't have that, what happens is that the high status men collect women, and then it leaves a bunch of men without wives, and then they form armies, and it's a mess, right? So that's sort of the social argument against polygamy. I know I kind of boiled it down a little bit, but that's the idea. But you see what's happened? Every one of these things was already decided.
And lots of people, including lots of Christians, didn't see it, didn't see what was at stake at the beginning. And so now we're over here, and it's a Obergefell, and it's 2015. That's the Supreme Court decision, right? Striking down state laws in 40 or 41 states that define marriage as intrinsically as what it is between a man and a woman, one man and one woman. We're here. There's no way marriage stays just two people. It doesn't make any sense now, just given the terms. What happened in 2015 within a week after Obergefell? That night, the White House lit up as a rainbow. So I assume someone already set that up, right? What happened? Within a week, almost every major magazine in the country had a picture of a transgender person. Caitlyn Jenner, a boy that looks like a girl on the cover of National Geographic magazine, the immediate pivot, right? So here we deny the sexual binary is relevant to marriage. The next step is the sexual binary itself. And it happened immediately. Not because it had necessarily followed, but because, first of all, the people that are thinking through this knew what would be next. And so this is what's happening. And that's the bad news. That's the super depressing stuff. Here's the good news. There are a bunch of people crowded in this train station over here. They found out, like, you're putting boys, men in girls' prisons, women's prisons. Boys are competing against girls in sports. You want to trans my child? You don't have to be a Christian or a conservative. You don't have to be anything, but just somewhat in touch with reality. You're getting off that train. And this is a lot of people now. They're crowding into the train, into the station, the train's pulling away, and they don't want to think about how they got there. They want to imagine this dropped out of nowhere, we'll just fix this one problem and it's going to be fine. But they were on the train the whole time, right? And so that is hopeful, because now they realize the implications of the sexual revolution. We might have thought it had to do with elevating sex. No, it doesn't. It has to do with destroying and debasing it. We are sterilizing kids. That is the bitter end of the sexual revolution. And they're seeing it. And so we're going to have an occasion now. You are all going to have an occasion, if you're open to it, to have conversations with people to talk about the actual biblical and Christian understanding of the nature of male and female. Conversations you never could have had 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 years ago, if you're prepared to do it. And we'll talk more about that tomorrow night. Thank you very much.
What a tremendous conversation tonight. Thank you, Dr. Richards. Wow, we are sterilizing children. It's the beginning of the consequence. What a reminder. What a wake-up call for us. You know, the creation account declares that God made male and female. He made them in his own image. In the image of God, he made them male and female. Binary is not bad. It's beautiful. Do I hear an amen to that? Amen. And so, the reality is we know we live in a fallen world. In a world of sin. A world that God pronounced as good, but that good design was wrecked by the entry of sin into our world. And it is Jesus Christ and Jesus Christ alone who came into this world of sin to reverse the effects of the fall and to restore the beauty of God's creation. He came to restore God's creation first back to himself. And then secondly, to restore God's creation back to wholeness, back to sanity, back to all that is good. Here's what I know for sure, and I want to leave you with this as we get ready for our song. And I invite you to take this to heart because it's God's word. For God so loved the world that he gave. His only begotten Son, that you wouldn't have to perish, but that you could have eternal life. Only God can forgive. Only God can restore. Only God can make whole the heart, the mind, the soul, yes, and the body. Only God can turn your life around. No one else will. No one else can. You can't do it. Your friends can't do it for you. Your peers can't do it. The lies of social media can't do it. No teacher, no doctor, no surgeon, no surgery can do it. Only God can turn your life around. And only God, through His Son, the Lord Jesus Christ, can and will turn your life around. He so loved the world, He gave His only begotten Son. And you wouldn't have to perish. Some of you here tonight, you may be perishing. And God says to you, I love you. I love you so much, I gave my Son so that I could rescue you from that perishing condition, so I could restore you back to myself.
So it's a real immense privilege and just a real honor for us as a church to introduce to you Chloe Cole. So if you make your way on up, let's go ahead and give her a warm welcome. And as she gets set up here, I just want to say how awesome that they flew all the way from California out to be with us right here in New Bern on the East Coast. So that's pretty awesome of you guys. Appreciate that. And before she gets going, I'll say that with Chloe, from the different clips I've watched, and you can grab a seat, you can go ahead and get seated. But it's just been amazing to hear not only that she wants just to proclaim the truth and help people and see people set free, but also just to see her heart that's very gentle and compassionate and even forgiving. So when I don't know if you're all aware that she spoke before Congress on this issue of gender and sex, and so I really appreciate that. But as she shared, some of you may have noticed she even expressed a real heart of patience toward her own parents and forgiveness of them, and even a heart for anyone who's struggling, which I really feel reflects the heart of Jesus, to be compassionate about this, but also to proclaim truth in love, because we don't love people if we won't share the truth that's helpful. So we really appreciate you and where you're coming from, and thank you for sharing what's on your heart and mind with us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you to the Brice Creek Bible Church for inviting me here to speak, and to all of you in the audience for being a part. Sorry, is it the mic? For being a part of this event this afternoon. My name is Chloe Cole, and today I stand before you as a voice for a cohort of boys, girls, and young men and women who are often misunderstood and overlooked, the detransitioners. I'm not here just to share my journey, but to make a call for action to protect our most vulnerable. My story is a testament to the danger and abuses that our generation is being subjected to all around the country, but also to the miracles of the human body and mind and what love really means. I hope that my presentation today will not only bring much needed attention to these abuses of children and families in our own communities, but also to bring hope and encouragement to you all to fight for those same communities and for your families and to better our country and the world around us. Adolescence is the ultimate journey for identity and belonging. Everyone who's gone through it or is going through it right now knows just how vulnerable and lonely of a period it can be. And in a school environment, this feeling of vulnerability is often amplified. Many of us teens struggle to fit in as we grapple with difficult social dynamics that can be challenging and often unforgiving. The pressure to conform to your peers or to societal expectations is something that can be incredibly overwhelming. To some, it leads to feelings of isolation and confusion about their identity. This is a stage of development that is critical as one studies the self-forms. So your experiences significantly impact your mental and your emotional and your social development. It's important for every teenager for this reason to be surrounded by a strong and loving community and family to guide them and ensure that they grow up into healthy, independent adults. We all depend on sober-minded adults to guide us through these formative years, to protect us from making life-altering decisions that we might regret. And isolation is a feeling that I know very well, because I was once that vulnerable girl, lost in the tumultuous sea of adolescence. I was struggling to fit in, and I desperately searched for my identity and for a meaning in my life. For me, school wasn't a haven of learning or connection with my peers. Instead, it was a constant reminder of my inability to fit the conventional molds. I went through years experiencing this deep-seated feeling of not ever belonging, of being fundamentally different from everyone around me. And this led me down the path of medical gender transition, where I thought I had found an answer. From a very young age, I had always been quite a bit of a tomboy. I loved and looked up to my older brothers and my dad. I loved playing video games with them. I loved going exploring. And I wanted to be strong. I wanted to be smart and funny just like they were when I grew up. Conversely, I didn't really feel like I connected a whole lot to the female role models in my life. And I always had this feeling of being different from the girls and from the women around me. At times, I felt like I wasn't feminine or pretty enough. And growing up in a very media-oriented world and having gone through an early puberty starting at 8 or 9, I felt like I always had something to compare myself to. That there was always going to be something better than me. And with my early physical development, I always felt like I was being looked at in a way that was uncomfortable. Almost like I was a woman while I was still a girl. I was afraid of this attention, and I had a lot of negative messaging around what it meant to be a woman, how difficult it would be growing from a girl into a woman. And nobody in my life had really emphasized just how beautiful all those things are. Even though being female, and especially going through puberty, can be a painful experience, I never really was told just how valuable that feminine role was, how valuable things like motherhood and that maternal instinct would be. I was afraid to become a woman. And frankly, what I was experiencing was not too out of the ordinary for many women, for many girls who are growing up. That discomfort, for everybody really, is a natural part of adolescence that everybody has the power to grow out of. But none of the adults in my life, other than my mom and dad, had really emphasized that to me. None of them had told me that I was strong enough to get through this, and that the cure was just going through puberty and becoming an adult. I started to feel as though I would be happier if I had just been born a boy, that was what I was supposed to be. But when I learned about the transgender community through social media, it gave me this explanation for why I was so uncomfortable with being a woman, and it gave me a way out of this distress. and of the spirit that I had. When I came out to my mom and dad as transgender, and when I told them that I was going to be their son instead of their daughter, they were at a loss of what to do with me. They weren't really sure how to respond to this. They wanted to help. They could see that I was in distress and that it was a part of me struggling to find my identity. But they didn't really feel empowered as my mom and dad to help me through this. It was something that was very novel to them at the time. You know, I'm the youngest of 5 kids. And most of my older siblings are quite a bit older than me. So my mom and dad, this is something that they had never really heard from any of the previous children. So they turned to the internet to do their research, and everything pointed them in the direction of affirmation and sending me into the hospital system. And they thought that by sending me to psychologists, by seeking care for me, that care would mean that I would be helped through this feeling, that I would be taught how to cope with these feelings in the meanwhile, and I would just be allowed to express myself and explore as a child within boundaries. They didn't expect that my doctors would only affirm this, that they wouldn't push back against this identity at all, and that I would be fast-tracked down the path of socially and eventually medically transitioning. They were shocked. They became more and more concerned because they were sending me to therapy, and yet I wasn't getting any better. I was only becoming more and more distressed. But they weren't allowed to be a part of these therapy sessions. They weren't allowed to be a part of my life by these doctors. They were made to step outside the room, and they were never followed up with about what was actually being discussed during these appointments. My doctors were not giving them a chance to be my parents. When my mom and dad brought up their concerns with them, my doctors immediately pushed back. They said that this was an innate part of my identity, that children already understand what their identity is from a very young age. It didn't matter my age because I already knew what I wanted and what I needed. They went on to tell my mom and dad that there was no other choice but to allow me to transition. They brought up the suicide statistics to convince them that if I wasn't getting what I wanted right away, if I wasn't allowed to transition, I would be being denied expression of my identity, of basic health care, and that I would be at risk of suicide. They were given the ultimatum of essentially choosing between having a dead daughter or a living transgender son. But what my doctors didn't tell them at the time was that I wasn't suicidal. I was not even nearly at risk of suicide. I was going through the normal ebbs and flows that come with adolescence, and my normal distress and fears around growing up were allowed to dictate the rest of my life and of my development from then on. As a parent, when you're faced with with the possibility even of the death of your own child, by a doctor no less, what else would you do but take the cure that was given to you for your child? My mom and dad felt like they had no other choice, and I don't blame them for saying yes. At just 13 years old, I was started on my first intervention. I was put on a drug called Lupron to suppress my puberty. Because at this point in time, I already was several years into my puberty, it completely halted the production of all the hormones in my body. And I was was basically sent into a childhood onset menopause. So at 13 and a half years old, I was experiencing these uncomfortable sensations of hot flashes, which I could best describe as these uncomfortable, just hot sensations just searing through my body, accompanied by these other sensations of itching and tingling and burning throughout my body, throughout my limbs. I was very lethargic. I was very low energy and apathetic during this time. It's no state for a growing girl to be in. And just a few months afterward was when I was administered my first shot of male hormones to masculinize my body. This was something that I was told was going to bring me closer to my real self as the boy that I always was supposed to be. And I wouldn't exactly say that it made me happy, because it wasn't real. It wasn't actually addressing what I needed. But it brought me excitement. I was looking forward to the changes that would come. And I basically had a honeymoon period during that very first year of mentalization. With all the changes to my body, to my face, as I looked more and sounded more and more like a boy every day. And as I went through the social changes once I went into high school. But for a period of time, I was still in middle school. I was still in my 8th grade year, and I was going to school with people who had known me since elementary school. They all knew that I was a girl, and I decided that until I was in high school, I didn't want to make any further changes or any further effort to blend in. I never really even had an official coming out of sorts to my classmates or my teachers. It was kind of jarring for them to watch me suddenly go from this very feminine looking girl to slowly and slowly over time looking and sounding more like a 13-year-old boy. And a lot of the other students picked on me as I started to become more and more different. And I was being bullied throughout that school year. This pushed me further into my transition. Because when my peers were pushing back, it wasn't coming from a loving place. It felt like I was being picked on for something that I thought I couldn't choose. And I wanted to prove everybody around me wrong. That one day I would be a boy. And they wouldn't know any different. I was confident in myself. Or so I thought. There was one day when a boy who had been picking on me and harassing me throughout that school year had gone too far. And he assaulted me in the classroom. I felt like I couldn't tell anybody. I didn't report this incident to anybody for years. Because now I was in the mindset of, I'm supposed to be a boy. How could anybody take me seriously if I tell them about this? All I felt like I could do was, in my head, man up and repress it. But that memory left a scar for years to come. And more I started to associate my breasts, my femininity, with weakness. I started to hide my breasts using a compression device that I wore every day. And once I went to high school, I looked just like any other 14, 15, 16-year-old boy. Everybody started to know me as a boy named Leo. All my teachers and classmates started to call me this. And I even used the boys' restrooms in locker room facilities. Eventually, the affirmation went away, and it just became my new normal. My new baseline was even worse. I started to struggle more and more with my identity and my self-worth. I would look at myself in the mirror sometimes, and I couldn't even recognize myself. And every single photo of me taken during that time, even when I smiled, you could see the darkness in my eyes. That girl who I used to be was being destroyed slowly and slowly over time. By the time that I was in my sophomore year of high school, I was diagnosed with major depressive disorder, and I was put on a round of various medications. And yet, nothing seemed to work. None of my doctors even considered the possibility that my transition was exactly what was destroying me. And because I was convinced that this was a part of me that I would have to have this for the rest of my life, I continued to consider that possibility. How could I think of going back when I thought like I would look like a boy for the rest of my life, that my voice would always be this deep? I didn't think that there was any way out. Eventually, I underwent my first and only surgery just after my sophomore year of high school. I was 15 years old when I went under the knife and had my breast removed. The regret was almost immediate, just within a few months afterward. At first, I was looking forward to healing, to being fully healed, and being able to take my shirt off and look just like any other boy. But that never came. It was like every day was a battle. In those early few stages, it was horrific, taking off my shirt, having to undo and redo my dressing before and after every single shower or bath. It looked like a battlefield on my own body. The scars, the surgical markings, the skin grafts that they used. I felt like a Frankenstein's monster looking at myself. But again, I didn't think that there was any way back for me. And I just told myself, you're still transgender. Maybe you're just going to be an effeminate boy. Maybe you're just non-binary or something. But there's no way back. I couldn't take it anymore though. The turning point for me in my transition was after my surgery in my junior year of high school when I was taking a class in psychology. And towards the very end of the course, it was focused largely on family, on how children and adolescents develop socially, psychologically, and emotionally. And it was the first time in my life that I really had ever had this information presented to my face in such detail. During my consultations for the puberty blockers, for the male hormones, and for the removal of my breasts, some of these things were talked about in very brief detail. Like, for example, the possibility that my fertility might be affected or completely taken away by these procedures, or that I would be able to breastfeed after having a double mastectomy. But I was a child when they were talking to me. I knew nothing about raising a child because I was still growing up. How could I have known? How could I have been able to consent to the loss of such things? And it was then that I had the epiphany that I couldn't go on, that this was destroying me. Despite what my doctors told me to expect, after these feelings of validation went away, with each step of my transition, I was only becoming more and more cognizant of the fact that no matter how much I tried to change my body, I could not change the fact that I was born female. These scars that were on my body and all the changes that came with the hormones only became reminders of what I could no longer have. I could no longer run from reality. It was an incredibly difficult decision to make because I was so far into my trench and I had such a deep voice. I no longer looked like a woman anymore. Everybody in my life knew me as a boy named Leo. And I knew that things would never be where they were when I detrenched. I lost all my friends at school. I lost all my friends within the transgender community. And I was subject to vicious bullying by them. I was told that this was all my fault, that I should have known better, that it didn't matter that I was a child. It was all on me. And I had to shut up about my experience because I was hurting the other, they call themselves the real transgender people. Quitting hormones was a test of my mind and of my body. I was very sickly for a very long time. I became underweight, and I wasn't getting the care or guidance that I needed from any of my doctors. Not in stopping hormones, not to address any of the complications that I've had from these procedures, or the trauma of having gone through it. I thought I had nowhere to turn. And I didn't know what my life would look like from there on. But something kept me persevering and hoping that one day I would find peace, that I would find happiness, that I would find a place to call my own community and have my own family one day. And I am incredibly lucky just to be able to say that I was even able to recover. I've healed in so many ways, and I'm much healthier and happier than I was then. And now that I am an adult woman, I refuse to be bullied into silence. I know that my experience is far from unique. I've met hundreds of traumatized young men and women from all across the country, from all across the world, who were started on pipeline transition. And many of these people during adolescence and during their childhood. It was their stories that made me realize that I could no longer stay silent. And it was also reconnecting with my family. The birth of my nieces and nephews woke me up to just how important it is that we protect innocence and childhood and adolescence. Because childhood only happens once, and it's something that cannot be relived. It's also very important for me to talk about the role that my faith has played in this journey. Because this is a spiritual battle in every single way. It is this ideology fights against the Word of God, against reality, against our very creation. Now, my mother was raised Catholic, and my father was Mormon. But I wasn't really raised with any sort of Christian values growing up. My mom and dad brought me to church up until I was probably roughly about 4 or 5. And then I was told that after that, they didn't want to feel like they were forcing any sort of beliefs or worldview on me, and they wanted me to be able to develop my own views independently. But I feel like this left me with no foundation for my values, for my convictions, for my identity, my understanding of the world growing up. And so I struggled. I struggled to find all of those things. And temporarily, I found it in the transgender community and in transition. But once that all blew over, once my transition was completely over, I had to find that sense of purpose, that sense of identity and community somewhere else. And it was on this journey of speaking out across the US that I discovered faith. And that I came to understand that God has always been there for me. That even when I tried to change myself, I had always been his daughter. I was 17 years old when I decided that I wanted to speak out about my experience. And after losing all my friends, after losing my support from my doctors and from this community that I once saw almost like a second family, frankly, I was shocked by how kind most people were to me and how quickly people took notice. And it was people from all different walks of life, with all different viewpoints, all across the political spectrum. And they were all receptive. I started using X, then known as Twitter, as a platform. And all of a sudden, I started having journalists and parents and families reaching out to me from all over the states. And soon thereafter, I was asked to testify for the first time in the Louisiana legislature. And since then, I've spoken to many more communities and many more legislatures and even to Congress on the day of my 19th birthday. And since then, just within the past 3 years, almost half of the US has implemented laws and other measures to ensure that no other vulnerable child is harmed like I and many other children have been. But legislation alone is not going to be sufficient in this battle for humanity. We need to give these vulnerable children and young men and women a reason not to dive straight into transition. I wish that someone had told me that I was made in God's image, and that I was perfect the way that I was. But I was bullied by my peers for being different instead, and the adults around me turned their cheek the other way when it was happening. The kids who are getting caught up in this are not only different, but they all have gifts. They're smart, they're creative, and they have so much to offer the world. And every single one of us has a responsibility to protect them, to be a part of their community. We have to be proactive in the lives of the people around us. It truly takes a village to raise a child. And in order to do that, sometimes that requires stepping outside our comfort zone. We all must learn how to become comfortable with the uncomfortable and push ourselves to do better, because there will always be room for improvement. And frankly, everybody around us is depending on us to do so. And by being the change that you want to see, you will encourage others to follow and grow too. Never, ever let fear get in the way of unabashedly speaking the truth and sticking up for your values and for your loved ones, and certainly the Word of God. The prospects of putting yourself out there, of speaking truthfully, even in love and in faith, can feel incredibly intimidating. But doing the compassionate thing sometimes means doing things that you may be afraid to, or that you may feel pressure from others not to do. You may be afraid to lose your connections and your friendships. And at the age that we are, and at any age really, having that sense of community around you means everything. With that being said, real, reliable friends will not expect you to stay silent for their comfort. Real friends will listen, they will push each other to do better. Real friends will speak up when they see something wrong, and they will stick around even in times of crisis and disagreement. By being courageous, you will learn who those real friends are. I know what it feels like to be terrified of what will come ahead. And I know what it feels like to want to die. I know what it feels like to live in hatred of yourself on a daily basis. And there is not a single person on this planet who deserves to experience that. And that is why I fight. That is why I speak here today. Not only for the children and families who are vulnerable to this, but for the transgender community as well. Because it was once my community too. They are my brothers and sisters. And I'm fighting for them and not against them. Because they deserve better. Because we all deserve better. There is no such thing as being born in the wrong body, no matter how you may feel about it. Whether you were born male or female, it is a gift to you. There is beauty in the way that we all were made, and our lives are a gift that we can only live once. So no matter how difficult things get, keep on fighting, and be good to yourself, and love one another. Thank you.
We're so thankful, Chloe, for you sharing with us. And we're, as you can tell, we're deeply moved. We're inspired by your boldness, by your willingness to fight the good fight. So thank you for sharing. And we want you to stick around so that we can have an opportunity, as we mentioned, for people to do some question and answer time with you. And so we're going to keep this real casual. So you can come up. Let's have you come up on this side of the stage so you can use this mic right here. And if you have a question, you can come right up to ask Chloe. If you prefer to write it down, then we have some blank papers right here and some pencils. So if you did want to stay anonymous, come grab one of these. And in fact, is there a youth leader that could walk around with those just in case? Okay, Nadia, thank you. And just raise your hand a little so she'll get that to you. And we'll kind of shuffle them up and you can write a question down if you prefer. But yeah, you've led the way in boldness. So if anybody wants to come up and ask a question with Chloe, I'll get us started, give you some time to think. So one thing that I've just been wondering about is, when you spoke to Congress, I thought that was beautiful, and just some of the clips of that were really great. And I wondered, when you were there, I'm sure there were a lot of things on your mind, but what was it that you most wanted to convey to them, but really to anyone, as far as, like, what were you fighting for? What were you wanting them to see or get? It might be what you just said, but sorry. It might be what you already said, but just wondered.
I mean, whenever I speak, the message that I ultimately want to convey is about love and the importance of protecting our families, our communities, and of our children. And when I addressed that mother, I mean, the whole time I was thinking about her. There was a mother on the opposition who had a child who was trans-identified and was, I believe, currently medically transitioning. And the whole time she was using words like hateful and bigoted to describe people like me, who didn't see eye to eye with her. But I couldn't help but feel like sending my grace to her. Because I know how hard it must be as a parent to feel like you only have two options for your child, between death and transitioning a kid. That must be incredibly hard. And I wanted to show that to her. I wanted to show her that nobody in that room no matter whether they agreed or disagreed with her, hated her, and that she and her child deserved better.
Good. I love that. Just, yeah. Wonderful. That helps so much. Thank you. And then I think we have someone over here, Mr. Adams. All right. Come on up. Don't be shy. Got you right here.
Chloe,
Hello.
I really don't have a question. I don't. I just want to say to you in the presence of God's people, thank you. Thank you. Takes a lot of courage. I took a lot of notes. I have the honor of teaching in a prison. I'm going to share with my students your testimony because that's one of the things we do. But I just want to come and say thank you. I've been inspired and encouraged, and I'm just thanking Lord for you. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see. All right, Pastor Judd, come on.
Thank you also for your testimony and all you've gone through. And I know it's been a tough journey, and just what a testimony it is, and seeing you go through that so bravely and courageously. So again, thank you, and what a testimony that is. So praise God. And so my question, it relates to social media. While you're going through those beginning stages, how much did social media, was there any type of influencers or anything like that kind of engaged with you, or that kind of helped promote the process, or those kind of things? Was that a part of the process at all?
Yeah, I'd say that social media was actually the biggest influence for me in this. I don't think I ever would have transitioned without it, because the internet was what introduced me to the idea of transitioning in the first place, and to this community. And I wasn't really following any big influencers, actually. So the segue for me into the community was, I was using Instagram mainly, and I was mostly being recommended posts that were based around.
So by way of introduction tonight, I want to say that as a pastor, I was concerned about the moral picture that was being painted by the media back in 2015, really through 2018. But to be honest with you, I took it as more sensational than really anything else. But I became a little more concerned as it went from the sensational to the trendy. But then I watched it morph into epidemic proportions, and I knew that I couldn't stand on the sidelines any longer. I knew I had to get involved. I knew I had to show a love and a care. And so I began to look for people on the front lines, people that I could trust, who would help educate me and grow me in an understanding of what was happening with the love and compassion of Christ. And I wanted to truly learn how to, fight the good fight. And so 2 names quickly emerged for me, and they were Chloe Cole and Dr. Jay Richards. They both spoke with great moral clarity on this issue, but they also spoke with great compassion. They spoke, as Ephesians 4 tells us, truth in love. As people of God, we have a moral road that we have to walk on. And it has 2 ditches, if not ravines, on either side. One is the ravine of sacrificing truth, and the other is being unloving, displaying unloving Christ-like spirit, right? And we have to navigate the road and avoid both of those extremes. And I found two people among others, but two predominant, and they were Chloe Cole and Dr. Jay Richards. In fact, if you want to know where they were at Thursday, what they were doing on Thursday as we were getting things ready here, they were sacrificially giving of their time to be a part of helping shape the Kansas legislators on this vital issue. And so as they flew in to Raleigh on Friday and find out, wow, they've been fighting this battle, the day before, constantly addressing those all over America on this issue. And that speaks to their own heart and their own willing passion to even take the time to come here and help us grow in our understanding and appreciation for this issue and the passion to speak with both love and grace the truth that we know alone sets captives free. So, Chloe Cole has been a powerful voice against transitioning the children in America by the sheer magnitude of her story itself. And Dr. Richards has been able to expose and articulate the underpinnings of this ideology in a way few have. And so I want to say to both of you, Dr. Richards and Chloe Cole, I want to say to both of you tonight, I know that at times you have felt as though the attacks against you and what you've chosen by God's grace to stand for is legion. But I want you to know that you have been a powerful instrument of God to light a blazing torch that is illuminating the people all over this land who share the Judaic Christian values and the Judaic Christian worldview. And so, as part of the Church of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, I, along with all those who are here tonight, want to say thank you from the bottom of our heart. And may you, as Scripture says, may you not grow weary in doing good, because in due time, you're going to reap the blessings. So, Chloe is going to come up and share her story. And when she is done, unfortunately, she will have to head out to catch a plane, because I think she came from Chicago to Kansas to here, to then going to Tennessee tomorrow speaking, and then to Texas. So you get the idea, right? And so we will let her go with grace and blessing. So Chloe, come on up, and after she is done, Dr. Richards will come up and share with us tonight. So let's give them a quick
Someone, oh, never mind. thank you all for coming. And thank you to the Brice Creek Bible Church for inviting me here to speak. My name is Chloe Cole, and today I stand before you as a voice for a cohort of boys, girls, and young men and women who are often misunderstood and overlooked. The detrenchants. I'm here not to just share my story, but to make a call for action to protect our most vulnerable. My story is a testament to the danger and abuses that my generation is being subjected to all around the country, but also to the miracles of the human body and mind and what love really means. I hope that my presentation today will not only bring much needed attention to these abuses of children and families in our own communities, but also to bring hope and encouragement to you all to fight for those same families and communities and to better our country and the world around us. Adolescence is the ultimate journey for identity and for belonging. Everyone who's gone through it knows just how vulnerable and lonely of a period it can be. And in the school environment, this feeling of being vulnerable is often amplified. Many of us struggle to fit in as we grapple with social dynamics that can be challenging and often unforgiving. The pressure to conform to your peers or to societal expectations can be incredibly overwhelming, and to some, it leads to feelings of isolation and confusion about one's identity. It's important for every teen to be surrounded by a strong, loving community and family to guide them and ensure that they grow up into healthy, independent adults. We all depend on sober-minded adults to guide us through these formative years, to protect us from making life-altering decisions that we might regret. I know very well what it feels like to be isolated, because I was once that vulnerable girl, lost in the tumultuous sea of adolescence, struggling to fit in, and desperately searching for my identity. For me, school wasn't a haven of learning or connection with my peers, but instead, it was a constant reminder of my inability to fit the conventional molds. Years of feeling this deep-seated feeling of not having belonging, of being fundamentally different from those around me, was what led me down the path of gender transition, where I thought I had found an answer. As a little girl, from a very young age, I had always been a tomboy, and I felt more attached to my older brothers and my dad than my older sisters and much of the women in my family, the girls around me. There were times when I felt like I just would never make a good woman. I didn't feel like I was feminine enough. I didn't feel like I was pretty enough. And there was the added pressure of going through puberty very young. I was 8 or 9 when my body started to develop. And I grew up in a very media-oriented world. It always felt like I had something to compare myself to. And that as long as I was the way that I was, I never would be good enough. The older I got, the more I felt like I would be happier if I had just been born a boy. And when I learned about the transgender community through social media, it taught me that all my problems stemmed from the way that I was born, that it was a mistake, that I could only be happy if I fixed myself on the outside. At 12 years old, I started calling myself a boy, and I named myself Leo. I told my mom and dad that I was going to be their son and not their daughter. They were at a loss of what to do for me. This was something that they had no knowledge of. They didn't feel empowered as my parents to help me through these feelings of distress I had around my body and around my sex. But they could see that it was related to my struggle to find my role in the world. They knew that it was a psychiatric issue for me. And so they decided that they would send me to a therapist because they thought therapy, a psychologist, would help me understand these feelings, that they would dive into these feelings, that I would be taught how to cope with them, and that I would be allowed to experiment and explore as a child within boundaries, and I would be allowed to just be a kid with no permanent interventions. But their expectations were thwarted. They were shocked when the medical professionals only affirmed this identity that I was creating for myself. They were shocked when they expressed their concerns to them and were only given pushback. My doctors, my psychologists, and the physicians that I was seeing told my mom and dad that there was no other choice for me. That this was my innate identity. And if I was denied this treatment, if I wasn't given what I wanted, they said, I would be at risk of suicide, and they would have to choose between either having a dead daughter or a living transgender son. And when you're a parent and you're faced with the possibility of the death of your own child, particularly by your child's counselor or psychologist or doctor, what won't you do to keep your child happy and alive? What they weren't told was that I wasn't suicidal. I was not even at risk of suicide. I was in distress. I hated the way that I looked. I felt lonely. I felt like I had no friends. But I wanted to get better. I wanted to live. But my mother and father had no idea because they were not allowed to participate in my therapy. The doctors created a barrier between them and me. I don't blame my mom and dad for signing off. I don't blame them for saying yes, because they were only given one option. At 13 years old, I was placed on Lupron to suppress my puberty. It essentially put me into a childhood onset menopause. So I was experiencing, as an 8th grader, hot flashes and these uncomfortable tingling and itching and burning sensations all throughout my body, throughout my limbs. I was lethargic. I had no energy in my day-to-day. There was no way for a 13-year-old girl to be living. And just a few months afterward was when I was placed on testosterone and I received my first shot. I was told that this intervention, all of these interventions, would make me happy and bring me closer to my real self, as the boy, as the man I always was supposed to be. And I believed it. And for a while, I wouldn't say I was happy, but I was excited to see the changes in my body, in my face, be seen by everybody around me as a boy. And when I went to high school, I looked like any other 14, 15, 16-year-old boy. And most of my peers had only known me as Leo by that point in time. Eventually, validation had run away. It became my new normal. And I was only getting worse and worse the further that I went down this path. They started medicating me for depression, for my failing grades, and yet nothing worked. I was only getting worse. And none of my doctors even stopped to consider, could this be her transition? Even as my mental health was failing, even as my grades in my school performance and attendance dropped, as I started to withdraw from my surroundings, from my life, I was allowed to get a letter of referral for surgery. And I was 15 years old, the summer right after my sophomore year of high school. I underwent my first and my only surgical intervention, which was a double mastectomy to remove my breasts. I thought it would bring me happiness. I thought that it would bring me healing. But it's been almost 4 years since the operation, and I'm still in bandages. And it never brought me happiness. But the regret came in just a few months afterward. I didn't think that I would have any way back, even as I knew how much pain it was bringing me. Because I was so deep into the process of transitioning. Everybody around me knew me as a boy. They knew me as their son, their grandson, their brother, their nephew, a boy that they knew from school, a boy named Leo. I looked like a boy. I sounded like a grown man. So how could I even think of going back? As much as I try to justify it in my head as, well, it's okay. Maybe I'm still transgender, right? Maybe I'm just going to be an effeminate man. Maybe I'll just be non-binary. But this is just a part of me, right? It wasn't. Despite what my doctors told me to expect, after these feelings of euphoria went away, with each step of my transition, I only became more cognizant of the fact that no matter how much my body changed, I could not change the fact that I was born female. The scars on my body only became reminders of what I could no longer have. I could no longer run from reality. Less than a year after I lost my breasts, I came to the epiphany that one day I wanted to become a woman. I wanted to become a mother. And that I had an maternal instinct. I wanted a family. Adulthood wasn't too far away, so I had to start considering what that might look like for me. And I realized the further I went in, the more of my future was being taken away. It was one of the most difficult decisions to make in my life. Because I thought there was no way back. And I knew that things would never be where they were, no matter how hard I tried. But I had to stop transitioning. I lost all my friends at school. I was subject to the most vicious bullying from the transgender community. This community of people who I loved, who I thought loved me, people who I regarded as brothers and sisters of mine were now turning their back on me. And quitting hormones was a test of my mind and of my body. I became underweight, and I was very, very sickly for a long time. But I wasn't getting the care or guidance that I needed from any of my doctors who facilitated this in the first place. I thought I was all alone. I thought I had nowhere to turn, and I didn't know what my life would look like from there on. But something kept me persevering, and I hoped that one day I'd be able to find peace. I'd be able to find happiness, that I'd find a true friend, and I'd be able to have a family of my own. I am incredibly lucky just to be able to say that I was able to recover in many ways, that I've been able to heal, and that I'm so much healthier and happier than I was when I was living a lie. And now that I'm an adult woman, I refuse to be bullied into silence. I know that my experience is far from unique. I've met hundreds of traumatized young men and women from all across the states, from all across the world, who were started on the pipeline of transition, and many of them were only children and adolescents. It was their stories and my connection with them, as well as reconnecting with my family and my nieces and nephews coming in the picture, that made me realize I could no longer stay silent. Because I saw how precious childhood and growing up and innocence all are. Those are years that nobody can relive. It's also important for me to bring up the role that my faith has played in my journey as well. Because when I was growing up, I wasn't really raised in faith. My mother was Catholic growing up, and my father was raised Mormon. But they never really had raised me with those values. I was brought to church up until I was roughly about 5 or 6 years old, maybe. And my parents told me recently that the decision to stop was because they didn't want to feel like they were forcing any sort of worldview on me. They wanted to encourage me to develop views of my own independently and to think for myself. But that lack of faith in my life made for a lack of structure in terms of my beliefs, my convictions, my identity, and my understanding of the world. And throughout so much of my childhood, I felt like I was scrambling for all those things. Interaction temporarily gave me that. But when it all fell down, I needed something to hold me up again. Something real. And it was through my activism journey, as I've spoken to many communities across the US, that I came to discover faith. Having worked with so many Christians and spoken at churches and experiencing that love just being extended to me, I came to understand that no matter how far I try to stray from Him, God has always been watching, and I have always been His daughter. I'm 19 now, but I started to speak out on behalf of my experience at 17 years old. And after being ostracized by this community, after losing the support of my doctors, I was shocked that so many people were taking notice so quickly, and how kind and receptive most of them were. I started using X, then known as Twitter, as a platform, and I didn't expect to go very far. I didn't expect much out of it. But soon, there were reporters and parents and families reaching out to me. And eventually I was asked to testify on a piece of legislature in Louisiana to help protect children. And since then, I've spoken to many more legislatures, and even to Congress on the day that I turned 19. Nearly half of the states here in the US have implemented laws and other measures to ensure that no other vulnerable child is harmed like I and many other children have been. But legislation alone is not going to be sufficient in this battle for humanity. We need to give these vulnerable children and young men and women a reason not to dive straight into transition. I wish someone had told me that I was made in God's image and that I was perfect the way that I was. But I was bullied for being different by my peers instead, and the adults around me watched, and they turned their cheek the other way while it was happening. And all the kids were getting wrapped up in this and targeted by this ideology. They're not only different, they all have gifts. They are incredibly smart and creative, and they have so much to offer this world. And yet they're being convinced that these innocent, beautiful qualities that they have are pathological conditions that need fixing. Every single one of us has a responsibility to our community and the children within it. We have to be proactive in the lives of the people around us. It truly takes a village to raise a child. And in order to do that, sometimes we have to step outside of our comfort zone. We all have to learn how to become comfortable with the uncomfortable, to push ourselves to do better, because there always will be room for improvement. And the people around us, every single one of them, are depending on us to get better every day. And by being the change that you want to see, you will encourage others to follow and to grow too. Never, ever let fear get in the way of unabashedly speaking the truth and sticking up for your values, your loved ones, and certainly for the Word of God. The prospects of putting yourself out there, of speaking truthfully, even in love and in faith, can feel incredibly intimidating. But doing the compassionate thing sometimes means doing things that you may be afraid to, or that you feel pressure from others not to do. You might even be afraid to lose your connections and your friendships. And at the age that I'm at any age really, having that sense of community means everything. With that being said, real, reliable friends will not expect you to stay silent for their comfort. Real friends will listen. They will push each other to do better. They will speak up when they see something wrong, and they will stick around even in times of disagreement and in crisis. By being courageous, you will learn who those real friends are. I know what it feels like to be terrified of what comes ahead. I know what it feels like to want to die. I know what it feels like to live in hatred of yourself on a daily basis. And there is not a single person on this planet who deserves to experience that feeling of alienation. And that's why I fight. That is why I speak here today. Not only for the families and the children who are being affected by this, but for the transgender community as well. Because they once were my community too. They are my brothers and my sisters. And I'm fighting for them and not against them. Because they deserve better. We all deserve better. And there is no such thing as being born in the wrong body. Whether you are made male or female, your body is a gift to you. There is beauty in the way that we all were born. And our lives are a gift that we can have only once. So no matter how difficult the going gets, keep on fighting and be good to yourself. And love one another. Thank you.
So now you got the professor giving a lecture. I was hoping Chloe would go at the end, but she isn't back. We got to get back to Raleigh, so it's going to be me. So let me just. So Chloe wouldn't say this, but I think it was about 16 months ago that she first spoke in public and started doing this, believe it or not. As you heard. She's 19 now, so she was 17 when she first started talking about this. You wouldn't know that, right? You wouldn't expect it. So it's just absolutely amazing, staggering. So you've heard the first person testimony of someone who has undergone actually all 4 stages of what's called gender affirming care. That's the term. That sounds nice, right? Barry, what should I do with this mic? I'm just saying, if I don't get rid of it now, I will never get rid of it. I just realized. Okay, now I can talk. Yeah. Well, I want to just give you a bit of a background here. And so this weekend actually has a logic to the order. So if you were here last night, I talked about the kind of philosophical roots of gender ideology, what it is, what exactly is being claimed, where it came from, how I think it fits into the logic of the historical flow of the sexual revolution, and that revolution is just about to come to an end. So some of you actually afterwards came up, and the thing you seem to remember was that train illustration. And the weird thing is, that train illustration, like most of these things, came to me in the middle of a talk a couple of months ago. It wasn't really planned. But then once I thought about it, I thought, actually, this kind of explains it. And so some of you may wonder, if you didn't hear it, I said that gender ideology comes from a lot of different places, philosophically and intellectually, but that it didn't drop out of nowhere. It was, in fact, the result of a long series of changes in the way we think about ourselves and society, about the types of technology that we have, including drugs and medicines that allow certain things to take place, and that it is the historical outworking of the shattering of what God intends to be an organic unity. God intends for marriage and childbirth to go together. And to have marriage and childbirth, something else has to happen. Sex, right? And we are, as Christians, mostly embarrassed. In fact, for a few of you right now, I wish I wouldn't use that word. But God made that. That's part of the design plan. The fact that we mess it up and distort it and pervert it doesn't mean that it was not created good. And so those things are meant to go together. And when they don't go together, when either just by the way we act they don't go together, or in terms of the way our laws are structured, and the way in which we teach our children, lots of weird and horrible things that we would never have imagined taking place happen anyway. This is, the Greek mythological version of this would be Pandora's box. You don't really realize what's inside this box and all the horrors that you're going to release. And so that's the depressing thing. So gender ideology, which denies the sexual binary, which denies the basic biological distinction that distinguishes, in fact, this is generally true across the plant and animal kingdoms. This involves a reproductive strategy that involves the fusion of two sex cells or gametes. One large, relatively immobile one called an ovum or an egg, and then small, relatively mobile ones called sperm. And the males correspond to the organism, right, with the body plan, the reproductive system, with the small, immobile gamete, and that large, immobile gamete is the female. That's not just humans. This is the design plan virtually across the entire animal and plant kingdoms, right? And so shattering that and denying that applies to humans is a very, very radical program, because it literally denies that biology and reality applies to human beings. We somehow are exempted from that. And so I'm just reminding you of the gender unicorn. If you had started to forget it, maybe you thought I really didn't want to see him again or her or whatever today. I already had bad dreams. This is the illustration. Sex is gone, and in its place is an internal sense of gender, called a gender identity, and sex assigned at birth. That's the idea, all right? And that's a very, very radical intellectual program. And just to remind you that sex has gone away, and we have sex assigned at birth. Now, why do I say that? They don't allow the word sex. They don't allow the category. They do not want you thinking that this is a given thing out there in the world. And tomorrow morning, I'm going to wrap this all up and show how Christian theology, I think, can be part of the way in which we solve this culturally, but also gives us a way to fully understand this. And so we started kind of with the philosophy and the ideas. I'm now going to tell you a little bit about the strategy and the things that are happening in culture and in politics that I think are driving this madness back very, very quickly. And I want you to know some of that because it's actually really exciting. But what we're going to drive back is sort of particular details, aspects or manifestations of gender ideology. It's certain flashpoints because the gender ideologues have gotten themselves out. Think of this as a kind of massive army with several divisions, right? And so they're in some places and they're dug in and they're on high ground. But in other places, they're like out on the open beach without body armor, and they don't even have any magazines or any rounds, and they thought it was a good idea, and they don't realize, oh man, we're sitting ducks. And so there's going to be places where the gender ideologues and their ideology is going to be defeated. It's going to be destroyed. But it's going to be the work of a generation to destroy and to overcome the ideas that have seeped their way into the minds of our children. And so even though we will see near-term victories, the long-term battle will be the youngins in the room actually will be the ones that will be responsible for that. So these are the flashpoints that I'm talking about. The thing I can tell you that politicians, at least the politicians I talked to, were comfortable talking about initially was the sports. Right? So when males are competing against females, this picture, in fact, I honestly think that this guy, Will Thomas, known as Leah Thomas, was a gift to us because we all kind of heard these stories of males that were sort of mediocre athletes as males, identifying as females and then getting to compete in girls' sports. And if you know anything about the differentials between males and females physically, really good male high school athletes are usually better than the best Olympian female players in soccer, for instance. So that tells you that there's a reason we segregate sports, because it would just be all males, effectively. There'd never be any kind of opportunities for females to excel. Well, Will Thomas was a gift because it was totally obvious what was happening. He was a middling college player, several hundred down in the rankings. He's huge, right? And so then in senior year, he decides he's going to switch and identify as female, and then he ends up winning the NCAA championships. I think they were in Atlanta that year. So that he pushed the women, who had spent their entire lives basically training for this, down one, including one Riley Gaines that you probably had never heard of at the time. What no one reckoned, though, that was Riley Gaines was going to get activated. She was planning to be a dentist. That was her plan, right? So win the NCAA championships as a swimmer from the University of Kentucky and then go to dental school. That's a great plan. Somebody else had another plan apparently for her. And so she, like Chloe is the detransitioner you know about. She's the one that just sort of rose to the occasion as a 17-year-old girl. Riley Gaines is the athlete that rose to the occasion, in part because of this crazy injustice that we all saw before our very eyes. Right? And so as a result, actually, this time next week, I will be in California with Riley Gaines talking about this. Now that was the issue that the politicians were willing to talk about. Now why do you think that was? Think about it. So I have some bad news for you. Conservative politicians, I'm politically conservative. I work at the Heritage Foundation, so it's a conservative think tank. So I'm conservative, if you haven't heard. But I can tell you that even well-meaning Republicans are not always vertebrates, let's say. Okay, so I don't know how to put it, all right? But not necessarily going to take risks. And I know there are some folks in the room here that are running for office. They're accepted, of course, but this is the kind of reality. And so what I discovered going around states over the last year and a half, dealing with these bills, is that there are the kind of true believers, they're the real deal, and then there's the people that know what to say. And the people that know what to say, what they want to do is they want to support bills that will look good, but they have secret carve-outs for the lobbyists so that they don't really have teeth, right? And then there's also just a lack of comfort with things. And so imagine you're one of those politicians and somebody comes into your office and says, okay, you need to start talking about the fact that we are castrating boys and giving underage minor girls double mastectomies. That's what we're doing. And by the way, it's happening in your district, and here's the Children's Hospital. Now, if you're a politician, you just don't want to talk about things like double mastectomies for girls. Right? It's uncomfortable. I mean, I'm used to it, so I could do it. But it's like, I don't really want to talk about that. But wait, there's this giant male competing against girls at sports. Let's talk about that, right? Now, I was worried that, okay, they would talk about sports, they'll pass something, a couple of speeches, and they'll move on. I was wrong. Turns out it was like it got their feet in the water by talking about the sports, and then they started talking about the other stuff. So, all good. We're talking about it all right now. But these are the flashpoints, right? And so, I can't even read my own slide. Let me see here. So we've got sports, private spaces, bathrooms, right? We've got medicine. That's what we're going to talk about. Education, prisons, child protective services, and churches. Child protective services vary from place to place. But if you are in California, where Chloe's from, and your daughter comes home from school, says she's a male, and it turns out the school's been calling her by male name and male pronouns for months, and you disagree with that, and you go to the school and tell the counselor or the teacher or the principal, they can report you to Child Protective Services and take your child away from you for abuse. And they not only can do that, they have done that. I know parents who have had this happen. Now that's not likely to happen in North Carolina because you live in one of the states in which these procedures are now limited. And there's just certain things that can't quite be done here like they can in other states. In fact, we're going to reach a moment at the end of this year probably where half the states are going to have prohibited these procedures called gender-affirming care for minors, and about half the states are going to be going full steam ahead, and not only be full steam ahead, but be magnet states to attract kids from other states to come across state lines and access these treatments. So what is gender-affirming care? So anything like this, when you've got this kind of pleasing euphemism, when you've got this pleasing kind of label that's designed to keep you from thinking clearly, right? That you should always know what this really is. Well, this is what it really is. Gender-affirming care refers to a protocol that was developed in a study in the Netherlands. It's called the Dutch Protocol. Started with about 70 some odd subjects. They lost I think it ended up with 55 subjects in this experiment, testing this protocol. And the idea was to see, does this improve the outcomes, the mental state, effectively, of kids who have gender dysphoria if we do this intervention. So if you're a girl assigned at birth as a girl that identifies as a boy, and we transition you socially and then physically so that you present as a boy, will this improve your psychological conditions? That was the idea. Now, it turns out even the Dutch protocol was very careful. They excluded lots of people for psychological conditions that they thought might otherwise kind of contaminate the study. But even as it was, it's a really bad study. But let's say it was a pretty good study. There were 55 subjects. Does that sound like the kind of study, especially given the results, which always lead ultimately to sterilization? If you were going to do that, wouldn't you want to be pretty darn sure of something? That's not what happened. Instead, one study in the Netherlands somehow went global in countries like Finland and Sweden and Norway and Denmark and the United Kingdom and the United States of America and Canada. But all right, this is the way to go. And so in 2007, there was exactly one pediatric gender clinic in Boston. There are now 79 pediatric gender clinics. And so far as we can tell, all 600 or so Planned Parenthood clinics are giving puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones, very often on the very first appointment with no psychological screening at all. We are in the Wild West on this stuff. And so the way this works is it's a pathway that you start with what's called social transition. And Chloe described it perfectly. But you start, and it's usually in schools, normally behind parents' backs. And in fact, schools, including almost certain schools in North Carolina, actually had, in many cases, things called gender support plans already in place. And the plan is basically if a child comes to you and you have a girl name, tells you she's really a boy or non-binary, a thing clicks in which you basically ask the child, okay, what name do you prefer? What pronouns do you want? What bathroom do you want to use? What sports teams do you want to use? And you generally don't tell the parents. Now, why would you do that? All right, if you want to know the thinking on the other side, Chloe and I, as Barry mentioned, testified before a hearing in Kansas Thursday. What's today? This Saturday. So Thursday. All right, and there was a teacher, a public school teacher from Kansas testifying against this bill. And one of the members of the committee, the Kansas legislature, asked her, okay, so what would you do if a child came to you and you knew that the parents didn't know about this? Would you tell the parents? And she says, oh no. She says, well, what would you say if the parents asked you? Well, I would want to protect the child. Okay, what does that mean? Well, I would not want to put the child's life at risk by telling the parents. That is what she said. This is the other side's witness, by the way. It said this under pressure, right? And you can see it on YouTube. I honestly couldn't believe it. She said it. You wouldn't expect her to say that. She literally, her perspective was that it was her job to protect the child from being murdered by the child's parents. And the member that actually asked this question said, well, wait, but you haven't talked to the parents, right? Well, so how would you even know if they've agreed to it or not? So she was even presupposing the parents opposed it, right? She just presumed that the parents were generally murderers. I mean, this is completely deranged, and you cannot possibly ask for more than to have people like say this sort of out loud, right? Because it sounds like something somebody would make up. And so it's done secretly, mostly, for obvious reasons, except in places where that's made illegal explicitly, which is now happening. But you can see how this goes. So you start by changing the pronouns in the social surroundings, and everyone's expected to participate, right? So everyone's expected to use the chosen pronouns, right? So whatever you actually think is true, you've got to sort of reorient yourself. And then puberty blockers are designed to prevent you from going through the wrong kind of puberty. That is the natural puberty of your sex. You stop that because it's harder to present as the opposite sex, if that's assuming you want to present it as the other sex, if you've gone through puberty, because that's when you really differentiate. I mean, we all know this, right? I mean, little kids, you can't, like little babies, you usually can't tell if it's a boy or girl. That's why we put colors on, right, to tell people. But what happens in puberty is that certain things happen to girls and certain things happen to boys, and they're generally different things, and so then you can tell. And so if you go through male puberty, but you want to then later present as a woman, it's going to be much harder. Your hands are too large, your shoulders, your collarbones, lots of little subtle sort of clues. And so that's the idea. So you block puberty. So Chloe said she got Lupron. So what is Lupron? So Lupron is FDA approved for metastatic prostate cancer. And that's what it was developed for. So it just basically just shuts down androgens or whatever your sort of sex-specific hormone is. It shuts that down. It's also used off-label, and I think even now FDA approved for precocious puberty. Even though it has precocious puberty is where you don't start puberty too early. So it's basically to slow that down. But now it's used as a part of this protocol. If a child is prior to what's called Tanner stage 2 in puberty, they can put you on puberty blockers. So this is exactly what happened with Chloe. I think she said she was 12. And then you move on to cross-sex hormones. Now everyone has some estrogen or estradiol and testosterone in you. We all need both of these things. We also need cortisol and lots of other things. But the levels are completely different between males and females. And not just like 12%. Like, orders of magnitude more, 10, 20, 30 times more testosterone for males, for instance, than females. And so you've now naturally suppressed the child's normal sex hormones. Now you're giving them the hormones of the other sex in massive, massive amounts. A lot of what's happening there is permanent. You're not going to reverse that. Some things, it's not necessarily true. It depends on how long it's been going on. And then you transition finally to the surgeries. And so the point of the surgery is that you either are removing things, I won't go into too many gory details, and then sometimes taking body parts and using those to refashion to other parts, all right? And so the thing that's almost always the beginning is the double mastectomy for females. Now, I can tell you, when we just first started working on this a couple of years ago, the other side insisted that they didn't do this to minors. And they will still sometimes do this. In fact, I know another detransitioner moved behind, who lives in Nebraska, just last year, was in the Nebraska legislature to testify on behalf of a bill there. And a doctor on the other side actually said that, oh no, we don't do those surgeries here. That doesn't happen. Right there in the room was a young woman who had it done. So that's the kind of level of duplicity that we're dealing with. This isn't anything that, honestly, I'm pretty sure any of you ever thought would have happened 3 years ago. This is not within our mental sort of furniture to predict. We're going to start chopping sexual organs, secondary sex organs off of children, but we will prep it with sterilizing medications, and we will do this to affirm them and to help them. That should sound, and it would sound deranged in any other context. And so it takes a great deal of ideological grooming, frankly, to even persuade people that this is true. But as Chloe said, you might wonder, okay, so how does that happen then? I mean, any parent, surely any parent that was told this would do something, but certainly wouldn't do that. Well, they had a trick. They claimed that the science had already proved that kids who did not undergo these procedures had much higher rates of suicidal ideation, so thinking about suicide, and actual suicide. So if you're a parent, I'm a parent, if you're a parent, worst case scenario that you can imagine for your child is suicide. And so anything other than that's going to be preferable. And so if you want to emotionally blackmail a parent into doing something they would never otherwise imagine, you just tell them that the alternative is the worst thing they can imagine. And that is exactly what the authority figures again and again and again have told parents. Now, isn't that strange? That a line like that precise, that a line that says, as Chloe put it, do you want a live son or a dead daughter? That's very specific. It's weird that multiple people would say that. And yet I'm pretty sure that tens of thousands of parents have heard this from authorities. That's a sign of an ideological campaign. And the claim is that it's based on the science. In other words, the studies show this. Now, for most people, when somebody tells you, oh, all the scientific studies have shown this, and you're a parent, most people don't know how to check that out, right? And if you did, you say, okay, I'll go to the pediatric organization. It's called the American Academy of Pediatrics. I'll look that up. And they'll tell you that. Oh, maybe I should check the Endocrine Society. They will tell you that. How about the American Psychological Association? They will tell you that. How about the American Medical Association? They will tell you that. And so all these organizations, and I'll tell you what a reporter will ask you, they say, no, that sounds wrong to me. Say, oh, so if you had heart disease, you would just ignore what the American Heart Association told you, or cancer, you would just ignore them? That's what they ask you. Right? Well, most people just say, I don't know, that's true, I don't know what to do. And so they just kind of get stuck. They might have to drink themselves drunk every night to deal with it. That often happens. But they do it. Even though it's in their gut, in many cases, they don't. Now, that's not always true. That's the majority of the parents. There are some parents which are, for some reason, online that seem really excited about this whole thing, including a woman that testified, a parent that testified in Kansas the other day, that has multiple kids, all of whom she said are transgender. Now, the probabilities of that strike me as, it seems unlikely, right? And so there are those, right? And so you might think, well, these parents just kind of drag their kids, and you'll see them online on lips of TikTok, and it's like the woman whose 14-month-old child is transgender. It's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what's happening here. That is an element of it. But I'm pretty sure the vast majority of the parents that are doing this are doing it because they've been blackmailed emotionally. Now, I could bore you to tears with the science, but actually what you should do, and so I'll give you the argument. Here's the point. Well, I would trust the relevant scientific authorities if I found them trustworthy and had reason to think them trustworthy. But in this case, I want to actually look at the details because I know from history that science and medical organizations get captured by grotesque ideologies all the time. The eugenics controversy of a century ago, exactly a century ago in the United States of America, all the official medical organizations and scientific organizations were all on board with the proposition that we should sterilize undesirable people against their will. That was eugenics. It was so popular by all the elite institutions that when it finally went to the Supreme Court in 1927, case was Buck v. Bell, the question is a Virginia law that wants to sterilize this particular woman, Carrie Bell, constitutional or not. The Supreme Court of the United States voted 8-1, yes, it's constitutional. The one dissenting judge didn't even write a dissent because he didn't know when to read it or agree with it. So we know that medical organizations can be captured by toxic ideologies. And you can actually, for another example, if you really want to make somebody mad, have them look up what physicians did in the 1930s and the Nazi Party. Lots of physicians. Now, am I saying doctors are automatically Nazis? That's not my point, obviously, at all, right? That is not at all my point. My point is, right, in fact, I assume that most people that go into medicine do it because they want to help people. That's why we call it a helping profession. That's why ideologues work so hard to capture those institutions. And they don't have to capture the institutions. You don't have to capture something like 66,000 members of the American Academy of Pediatrics. They're not going to get polled for their views on this. There's going to be a committee that's going to get set up, and it's going to issue guidelines, and it's going to say that's what the science is. And then they're just counting on most of the doctors to kind of keep their heads down and not talk about it. And that's just generally how it goes, right? And so, I mean, I can tell you, having seen this happen enough, that the fact that an official organization, which is functionally a lobbying organization for a profession, has a statement, is not at all dispositive. You might as well treat it as a press release for a lobbying organization, because that's functionally what it is. It's not like it's based on careful scientific research. So what would careful scientific research look like? Well, what it would look like is something called a systematic review. A systematic review is a very specific process by which you look at all the relevant research and you rank it based upon the quality of research to figure out what the sort of outcomes are. All right, and so do you think the American Academy of Pediatrics has done a systematic review of the evidence before they issued their guidelines? No, they insisted they didn't need to do so. Last summer, they finally said, okay, maybe we will go ahead and do that. But we already know we're right, so we're not going to sort of second guess any of these things. Every entity that has done a systematic review of the evidence on this stuff has decided that the quality of the evidence is very low, and there's no good reason to think that it helps kids. Every entity. So the entities in these cases are national medical organizations. Okay, so what about this claim of suicide specifically? All right, so it's based on actually 3 studies initially, and comparison groups make the claim that cross-sex treatments for teens reduces suicide rates. And it's actually there's 2 pieces by a guy named Jack Turbin, 2022, another piece by Green et al. In 2021, and another piece by Turbin in 2020. Okay, so I could bore you with the kind of research design, the setup of the design, clear evidence of what's called p-hacking, in which you fiddle with the variables to make it look statistically significant. These are not the kinds of studies that you should really take seriously, especially if you're going to do something really, really draconian. But a colleague of mine, I had him come to a private conference a couple of years ago. It's a really smart guy named Jay Green, he's a colleague at Heritage, who's really good with statistics, and I wanted him to get red-pilled on this issue, so I had him come to a private meeting with people talking about this. And so he thought, literally within 3 hours, oh wow, okay, that's a suicide claim, let's just go look at that. Within a couple of weeks, he'd done statistical analysis, and he said, okay, let's try to figure out, so the claim is if you give children with gender dysphoria this protocol, social transition, puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and the surgeries, right, that you will lower their risk of suicide. That's the kind of general claim. And so he said, okay, well, there's several ways of testing this, but I have one idea. Let's compare states. And so what we'll do is over the relevant kind of range of years, some states, it turns out, and they vary randomly. They're not all red versus all blue states. In some states, kids can actually get access to puberty blockers without parental permission. And then in other states, they can't get puberty blockers unless they have parents' permission. So, okay, so if this claim is true, that would mean that states in which it's easier for kids with gender dysphoria to get puberty blockers should have lower rates of suicide and suicidal ideation. Make sense? Right? And we've got a natural experiment already set up because of this variation between the states. So you have to kind of control for variables. If he did all that, he also looked to see internet and search engine searches for puberty blockers over the relevant number of years. And as you can see here, don't have it set up to be really dramatic, but there was a massive spike in people sort of searching for these things. And in fact, nobody searched for them before. So what did he find when he did this study? He actually found more suicides in the relevant age range in those states where kids had access to puberty blockers compared to the ones where they had to have parental permission. Right? Now this by itself, I wouldn't say this proves everything. The point is the very first way we thought to test this claim objectively went the other way. And as it turns out, virtually everyone that's looked at this in any kind of objective way has found exactly the opposite of what all the American medical authorities are telling us. This is a study from this week. Just so you'll know, I'm not talking old stuff. This is a brand new study, came out this week from Finnish researchers. I literally took a screenshot of the article itself. So this is a very careful study over a long period of time. Here's what they found. Providing cross-sex hormones and gender transition surgeries to adolescents and young adults did not appear to have any significant effect on suicide deaths. Any significant effect. Now here's the good news, is that suicide is itself a low probability event. That's the good news. Kids that have gender dysphoria as a group are more at risk of suicide, even though even within that group, it's fairly improbable. So that's the good news. But the claim is that you reduce their risk of suicide by having them do this. Right? And so what they don't want you to do, the implication is that they are at a very high risk of suicide if you don't do it, and that this will lower it. The first claim isn't even true. They're at a higher risk than the ordinary regular population, but it's actually still a fairly low risk. And so let's say all of this reduced the risk by 10%. If the probability was 1 in 100,000, say, that's really not significant, and then you have to weigh it against the costs. They don't want you to weigh it against the costs. They don't want to weigh it against the fact that 100% of kids that go all the way are going to be sterilized. In fact, not only sterilized, if you get on puberty blockers and then cross-sex hormones and then surgery, you not only will be infertile, you likely have no sexual function at all. At all. So it's completely neutralized. That's just really draconian, even if you don't think that it's generally an atrocity. This would be the kind of intervention that we would want. And then I'm not even talking about the basic harms other than that of gender-affirming care. We know the effects of puberty blockers in some cases are not reversible or significant with respect to both brain and bone development, and certainly social development. You can just guess what the effects of massive doses of testosterone on a female body would be over time, right? Radical atrophying of the uterus and the ovaries, you can figure this out, right? And it's not just easily reversible. Now the problem is that if you're a female that doesn't like your body, which I assume is 100% of females going through puberty, so far as I can tell, because it's true of 100% of males, right? So that's just true of everyone. But you don't like your body, maybe you don't like the sort of fat distribution, or the curves, or whatever. You start taking testosterone, it's going to increase your libido, it's going to make you stronger, it's going to increase your musculature, it's going to make you feel strong and more aggressive. Great, right? If you otherwise kind of retiring and shy, unaggressive, you might really like it. And so for a couple of years, you're jazzed. That's what Chloe was talking about, it's kind of honeymoon period, before the debilitating effects of this set in. And we're just talking about the near-term effects that we know of. We don't have any idea what happens to a 15-year-old girl if you start giving her, say, 100 or 200 milligrams of testosterone weekly. What's that going to do when she's 60 years old? We have a pretty good sense, but we haven't run that experiment yet. That's the experiment we've started on our kids right now. So that's the reality. If you're wondering how somebody would get involved in this, like me, that's how. It's realizing this and just thinking, okay, well, somebody's going to have to do something. So might as well be me. So let's go for it. There are massive, very well-funded activist groups that I could spend a bunch of time talking to you about, but here's some of the more important ones. Some, believe it or not, you wouldn't think of as an activist group, the American Academy of Pediatrics and the Endocrine Society. Others you would, like the Human Rights Campaign is a big sort of activist think tank in Washington, D.C. Almost every state has a kind of pride entity that pushes these things at the state level. And then, of course, our good friends at Planned Parenthood, founded by the eugenicist Margaret Sanger, which you associate rightly with giving out free birth control to kids and abortions. And so when I found out a few years ago that they were starting to give cross-sex hormones and puberty blockers, I thought, oh, that's weird. That seems kind of mission creep. And so I had an intern call them, and at the time, this is maybe 2.5 years ago, about half of them seemed to be doing this. And so a recent intern, we had to do the same thing. And what she found is they were now putting it in their annual reports, bragging of the increase of the market share of 500% over the last year. And so I thought, well, that's like mission creep. No, it's not. Margaret Sanger started Planned Parenthood because she wanted to give a way for, again, undesirables not to have babies. That was what it was started for. And so, well, okay, if you can keep them from getting pregnant, that's one way to do it. If you can get them to have abortions after they get pregnant, that's one way to do it. If you can sterilize it, that's another way to do it. That's the same program. It's right on mission. And they're really excited because they're sort of worried that some states after Roe v. Wade got overturned are going to restrict surgical abortions, and so they need to grow their business, right? So that's what's happening in the United States of America. Planned Parenthood. So how do we respond? So I will say a little bit about how I think we can respond tonight, and then the way I think as Christians we can respond and ought to respond in the morning. There's really sort of three things that I think we can do here. And so policy, which is kind of the application of ideas to our public life, public reason. So when we're talking arguments about science, right, those are arguments that presumably don't require that you sort of sign off on the doctrine of the Trinity, for instance, right? It's like, even if someone is an atheist, they should be able to read a scientific report, ideally. And then what I'll call the explanatory power of theology. Because if the Christian view of the human person, of male and female, is true, if it's true, then that means every person is in fact a creature made in the image of God, both spiritual and material at one and the same time. That's the truth of the matter. And so what that means is that they are never going to fully be able to account for what they are without that truth. And so we have something specific to deliver, and I think that God is setting us up to be able to do that. Because people are going to be receptive to a message that they were not receptive to before. So from a policy perspective, here's what I think. I think this is how I understand my work as a policy analyst. So someone who, not a lawyer, I work on legislation, I work with politicians, I work with activists to try to get ideas and legislation sort of developed and things like that, all right? This is the kind of minimal goal. Protect children from the school to sterilization pipeline. That's just a minimal goal. So notice, I'm not saying, okay, I want to make sure that gender ideology is out of every school district. I do. I want it to be unthinkable in the way that we would not teach eugenics in our biology textbooks, like we did a century ago. By the way, did you know, you may know this because you're in North Carolina, the famous Scopes monkey trial, right, in Dayton, Tennessee. Everybody thinks it was just about Darwinism. And in fact, eugenics was in the textbook. And if you know the history, William Jennings Bryan was very upset specifically about that. So that had as much to do with Darwinism as it did actually with eugenics being in the textbooks. But that's unthinkable now that we would explicitly have eugenics and say, well, at the time it was literally certain ethnic groups. You could figure this out, right? So I want to live to see the day when these ideas are unthinkable in the public square. Just no one would countenance it in the same way that people are going to be just blatant racists, on public TV, because they just know it's unthinkable. But the minimal goal is let's at least limit the damage right now. And so honestly, all these bills that we're passing in states to limit this medicine, the gender medicine, that's how I think about those. And so there's actually a kind of a 1-2 punch here, because what's happening is that a lot of states have passed laws, so-called conversion therapy bans. And so conversion therapy in this context means helping a child become comfortable with his or her body. That's conversion therapy. Whereas transitioning a child and affirming their distorted sense of who they are, that's gender affirming care. So conversion therapy bans basically make it illegal for therapists to help a child deal with his or her psychological distress so that they can reconcile with their bodies. So there are states in the country that have laws like this, about 22 of them. In the other states, it's legal, but can still kind of get in trouble. And so there end up having to be these dissenting therapists that are willing to actually take patients on to help them with a process called watchful waiting, which just means we're not going to do anything drastic with drugs and hormones and surgery. We're going to talk through this stuff and figure out what maybe is causing this distress. Because maybe your extreme anxiety or the fact that you got sexually assaulted in the school bathroom might have something to do with your feelings of dysphoria. But what if you're going to say we're not even allowed to talk about that? That's a problem. And so we've got to make sure that therapists are free to do this. And so at the moment, it'll be a pastoral exception. So like someone that's explicitly on staff at a church can do this. But if the parents take them to someone other than, say, the pastor or the priest, they can't find a therapist that will help them. So just preserving watchful waiting is half of it. And then every state, if I was sort of a genie or I got one wish, and you could say, how should all the states deal with this? I would say do exactly what Florida did. Florida, weirdly, it managed to handle this precisely. So if you're thinking about, okay, who would be the relevant medical authority in the state for deciding whether Medicaid money should be spent to give kids cross-sex hormones? Who would be the natural authority to decide that? Would it be the firefighters? Would it be the 6th grade teachers? It would be the relevant public health authorities. Every state has a board of health or a board of medicine or a board of doctors, or in Montana it's called the board of medical examiners, which sounds like it's something else, but it's basically the boards that issue and oversee licensing for various kinds of medical care. Okay, bad news. In most states, those are part of the executive branch, so they presumably report to the governor. And the governor in that state might have been Republican for the last 30 years, but he or she wasn't paying attention. And so the whole administrative apparatus that he's in charge of is woke. That's what happens in most states. And so you can't even rely on the public health authority. But in Florida, it's different. Florida had a governor, this is not an endorsement, did actually run for president, so I can say that not even without that qualification, but the governor of Florida knew what was going on, and so he realized, okay, the Board of Health, the Board of Medicine, their state surgeon general, and the Board of Osteopathic Medicine are appointed by the governor. And so he made sure wasn't an ideological purge, he just made sure that everyone that he appointed to these boards was sane. Basically. And not wimpy and willing to actually look at the evidence. And so they did that. And so what they did is that they did their own hearings. Chloe Cole went to Florida. They did their own review of all the reviews of other countries that had looked at the evidence. And they concluded that the evidence for the value of these was wanting, and that the state should not spend Medicaid dollars on this for minors. And then they issued a report, and they did that. And then the legislature got involved, but you know what the legislature did? They said, okay, there's secret social transitioning happening in our state, and parents are getting lied to. So we're going to pass a bill called the Parental Rights and Education Bill. The Parental Rights and Education Bill makes it illegal for schools to secretly transition kids. And it gives parents the right to sue the school if they do it. All right? And it also basically says, and there's not going to, by the way, be any sexual content in schools prior to the 3rd grade. Prior to the 3rd grade, right? So it's okay in 4th grade. I mean, this is very modest. Anybody know what the media dubbed this bill? Don't say gay bill. Right? That is not what it's called. It's nothing to do with it. Right? So they knew they just had to kind of make up a story. But notice what they did. So they said, okay, we're going to let the relevant medical authorities do the research. We're going to stop the social transitioning in schools. They did that first. And it was only in 2023 that the legislature then took up the question about the medicine which was already at least not happening for a large chunk of the population because of the ruling of the health authorities. And so, in my view, that's the ideal. Because what that means is the legislature, nobody can say, well, the legislature is acting outside. Why would it be up to the legislature to decide what good medicine is? All they're doing is ratifying what the relevant health authorities did. That's what Florida did. I would love to tell you that's what every state did. That isn't what every state did. What every state ended up doing, not every state, but virtually every red state, that was the parents' rights. That's if you want to read the report from Florida, it's actually online. Let kids be kids. Good legal prohibitions. So this is what Coley and I spent a good deal of our time in the last year, supporting states which have passed laws to basically prohibit the use of puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgery for purposes of gender transition on people in the state under 18. We were told, the ACLU said we're going to sue everyone, and all these laws are going to go down in flames. The law in Alabama was the one we were most worried about, because rather than just empowering patients to be able to sue, which is what most of these laws do, Alabama actually made it a Class C felony. And did you know that when it got to the relevant Court of Appeals, it's released, it's in play. And so I would say probably 2/3 of these laws, which you would have expected to get struck down in these federal courts, are being upheld, including the ones in Tennessee and lots of places. And so even the mood of the courts is kind of like, it's shifting, and it's shifting before our very eyes. And so at the end of the year, I would say about half of the states of the U.S., including North Carolina, will have these bills in place to prevent this stuff temporarily. And about half the states will have the exact opposite. And we're going to have a federalist experiment on our hands, in which some kids are being protected from this stuff in some states and not being protected elsewhere. That's just going to be weird. It's completely unsustainable. And I'm actually pretty sure how this is going to turn out. The reason I'm pretty sure how this is going to turn out is that countries in Northern Europe that were ahead of us in doing these things have now hit the brakes. So I mentioned these systematic reviews that national health organizations have done. Sweden, right? Not Iran, right? Not Alabama, Sweden, Finland, the United Kingdom, now Norway, and it looks like it's even going to happen in Denmark. Right? This does not fit the template. This is not a fundamentalist takeover establishing theocracy in Finland and Sweden. These are very liberal, very secular countries, but they're small and they're able to actually look at the data. And when they do systematic review, this doesn't seem to help. It's a bad idea. And so the US is increasingly out of step and moving in exactly the wrong direction. Now, I do have fantasies at night about what I would like to have happen to some of the medical organizations. I generally think, okay, repentance and forgiveness, but sometimes you do need an example or two. It would be nice to have a metaphorical scout or two, right? And so if I were asked, I would say the medical organizations that are still right now, and they should know better, doubling down, like the Endocrine Society and the American Psychological Association, they need to pay a price for that. They are responsible for what they do. They have the ability and the capacity to have been able to look at the evidence, and they've not done that. And so a bunch of what we're going to have to do is to continue to debunk bad science. I'm happy to tell you there are a lot of people doing this full time. There's a website called SEGM, the Society for Evidence-Based Gender Medicine. If you're one of these people that wants to follow the latest, just bookmark SEGM, segm.org. You can also bookmark a new website called biologicalintegrity.org, which is a website set up by the American College of Pediatricians, which is the pro-life conservative alternative to the AAP. So biologicalintegrity.org and segm.org. And then you can get informed. There are some of you in this room that should be in this fight in some way. You're on the school board, you're thinking about running for the school board, you really should have run for the school board, you're a school principal, you're a teacher, you're a doctor, you're a nurse. You're just someone with time on your hands and a lot of energy. I don't know what the story is. There's some of you in this room that need to be involved in this. The first thing to do is to know what you're talking about. And it's never been easier to do that because there are a bunch of fabulous books on this, including some of them that are out here, some that have just come out. All of these books, in fact, the only one of these books that I'm showing here, let me look, on this slide, the only one of these people that I know of is at all conservative or religious would be Miriam Grossman. She's a very serious Orthodox Jew. The other people would not be religious at all. So this is a kind of a diverse coalition of people that's debunking this stuff. And then there's the kind of theological books. So here's some really, really good theological books that analyze this. John Grabowski, the Genesis of Gender, or the Genesis of Gender, Abigail Faval, and the other one by John Grabowski, who is a personal friend of mine, both really good. Love Thy Body by Nancy Pearcey is an amazing treatment of this. And then Strange New World by Carl Trueman, which is a really, really good book. All of these are ways to sort of, you can equip yourself. Okay, maybe it'll take you 3 months. If, you know, I don't know who you are, but you're in this room and you need to be involved in the fight, and in 3 months you could be ready to go. And then immunize your children. I know this is I was going to say inoculate or vaccinate your children. I said, I don't think vaccinate. What other word can I use here? But I mean immunize in the intellectual sense. The temptation is, or temptation, especially if you're a homeschool parent. I was a homeschool parent. We did this. And so your temptation is, well, I'll just quarantine my children. And I'll protect them from all the outside influences. They won't know there's an internet. You know, you have these kind of ideas. So you do that. That might work temporarily, but you know what? They're going to have no resistance to antibodies. And the second they go out and they go to the community college, like, oh, this is the argument my parents didn't want to tell me about. And you don't know how to deal with it. And so then the other extreme is overexposure, where your children don't have resistant antibodies, so you just throw them to the wolves, and they just immediately catch whatever the pathogens are that are in the air. What you want to do is you want to help them build up resistant antibodies. To do that, what do you do? Real vaccines, okay, the way real vaccines work is that you give a reduced form of the pathogen, so it doesn't cause you to get a full-blown illness, but it allows you to develop an immune response, so you have immunity. Same thing with ideas. You want your children to know the very best arguments on the other side for every possible issue and not answer them. Not the lame, straw men that are easily debunked, but really good arguments. And that's true here. We've got the good ideas and the good arguments here, but we've got to inoculate our kids so that by the time they're 5 or 6 years old, they have some sense of actually what's happening. It's a tall order. And this is why I think we're going to win at least this initial fight, is the growing army of detransitioners. Now, I can tell you, I was of a double mind about this last year. I'm part of a group that was like, okay, let's talk about all these bills that are happening around the country and how best to kind of respond to them and defend them. And we very quickly realized, okay, it's really helpful to have doctors show up and testify. It's really helpful to have local people show up. It's helpful to have someone that has some policy chops who can explain stuff. But there is nothing like first-person testimony from a victim. There just isn't. And that became obvious very, very, very quickly. This is a picture of Chloe that's with some other people that some of you may recognize, detransitioners. This was actually a hearing in Florida. So this is like right when Chloe just first started doing this stuff. And so I thought, okay, I will confess to some internal feelings of struggle on this, because I thought, okay, so a lot of these, first of all, they're kids that are themselves still struggling. They have physical struggles, they have social and psychological struggles. They got in this world for a reason. And so are we really going to try to call on them to go around the country and to testify? Is that the right thing to do? It felt, no, I don't think so. But it turns out it wasn't up to us. Well, I can tell you what a lot of detransitioners do is they send you emails and say, I want to be involved. Put me up there. I want to be at the next hearing. That's what happens. And so I thought, okay, they feel called to do this. Who are we to tell them they can't fight? And it turns out that when they fight, when they speak, I mean, honestly, I encourage you, it's a weird thing to do, but if you go on YouTube and just watch the hearing for Kansas on Thursday, the opening testimony was Chloe Cole. The second person is a woman named Jamie Reed, who's a whistleblower from a gender medicine clinic in St. Louis who identifies as a left-wing lesbian married to a queer man. All right, so not central casting conservative. She has first-person testimony about what's happening in these clinics. And then another woman named Pamela Jager Garfield, who is a therapist who just left California to go to Georgia, where people are more sane. That's like a punch to the left kidney, the right kidney, and then the middle kidney, whatever. I mean, when you hear this, it's so powerful. And so you can have somebody talking, defending this stuff on the other side, and it's so obvious that they're lying, or they don't know what they're talking about. This is why we are going to win this battle. Because the clinics, this is different than abortion. I hate to say it, but abortion, the direct victim of abortion is not around to fight. They're voiceless. They require someone else to speak for them. The gender clinics and the gender ideologues are creating their own destruction because they're creating the army and they're harming the army of often young but very articulate people that are going to fight. They're not going to fight by themselves. They're going to fight the way we fight in America, through the civil courts. And so what is going to happen, and I will leave you with this happy thought, is that the detransitioners, whom you know of a few, there are probably thousands already. There are also law firms already being formed, have already formed, specifically to represent them in court. Chloe's lawyer, for instance, is suing Kaiser Permanente. Others of these law firms are already having to turn away clients. There will probably end up being a massive class action lawsuit. This is not that exciting because I realize that these clinics, they're not going to get closed down in the sense that a bulldozer is going to necessarily come, you know. It's not going to be emotionally satisfying like that. What's going to happen is that their liability insurance is going to go through the roof, and their insurance is just saying, yeah, I've got to quit doing that. It's too expensive. But it may be something like that, and somebody's going to have to pay a massive, massive settlement. So that's my prediction. I think that is how it's going to end there. That's a happy thought, but it's just a minor victory of one battle for medicine, for the kids that struggle directly with it. That doesn't get the ideology out of our schools and off social media and out of the minds of our children who believe that they can maybe be born in the wrong body. That is going to be the work of a generation. That is going to require that we marshal all of our resources, including what we know as Christians, and we'll talk about that more tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
He is so abruptly here. I have to run up here to give you these last instructions. Wow, the metaphorical scout. I think that will be awesome to be a part of. Amen. What a tremendous night. And thank you for being a part of it. And I know that you feel that torch being lit in your own heart, in your own life. And I would say to you, is tonight you have become better equipped. You put some tools in your spiritual toolbox to be able to better care for those around you, better articulate the issues. There are other great resources available. We encourage you to take advantage of them. And again, fight a good fight. His chapter on God in politics, particularly at this time, is worth its weight in gold. And I hope that you will order it tonight. Tomorrow morning, we're going to be talking about design by design. How the Christian worldview can truly defeat gender ideology. Our God is powerful, amen. Our God is victorious, amen. And He is going to conquer. And so we have a role to play. because God has called us to be a part of that army. Tomorrow morning, design by design. When you get the theological framework, everything else gets moving in the right direction. And so this is going to be the perfect wrap up for this weekend, and we look forward to having you back and being a part of it. Because as the theme of this conference in song is God turn it around. Because we know that only God can turn it around. For you who have entrusted your sins, your life, your eternal destiny into the nail-pierced hands of the Lord Jesus Christ. You know the reality of the life that was lost, hurting, broken, struggling. You know the reality of a God who came alongside of you and showed you his deep, abiding, fatherly, creative love for you by giving you his son. You know the reality of your life being turned around. You know where you would be without him today. And you know where you're headed because of it. And if you're here tonight and you don't know that reality, and as we sing, we invite you to come into a living encounter with a God who so loved you, he gave his only begotten Son, that you might not have to perish, but you could have life. Will you choose life tonight? Will you choose to entrust to those nail-pierced hands all your sins, all your life, and your eternal destiny? Pastor Joe will be at the front. We invite you to come as we stand and sing, God, turn it around. Well, this morning I have the privilege of introducing to you, most of you who have been here during the weekend, you've heard Dr. Richards. You had the privilege of sitting under him for a couple of days now. But for those of you who this is your first time here this morning, welcome, and let me introduce to you our speaker this morning. Dr. Jay Richards is the director of the Richard and Helen Duvall Center for Life, Religion, and Family, and also the William E. Simons Research, Senior Research Fellow at the Heritage Foundation. He is author of over 12 books, including New York Times bestsellers, Infiltrated, as well as Indivisible. And also Money, Greed, and God, The Human Advantage, as well as others. But his latest book, Fight the Good Fight, we've been talking about it this weekend because it is an excellent book. And I got it this week, was able to devour it, and you won't even get through the introduction without being blown away. His definition and illustration of what wokeness is, even in the introduction, is worth its weight in gold. In fact, somebody told me yesterday, they said they have an hour drive to work each and every day. So they downloaded the audio and they said, this Monday, I can't wait to go to work. So I hope that you will take advantage of this wonderful, wonderful resource, as well as all the other resources that are out there. So Dr. Jay Richards, we want to give you a Eastern North Carolina welcome this morning.
I'm sure that Pastor Barry had told me, I knew that the final talk was going to be on Sunday. For some reason, I was imagining it was going to be during Sunday school, and though it's actually So it's like, oh man, okay, I wonder if what I'm planning to do is going to make sense. But the reality is, for those of you that were not here on Friday and Saturday, we have been talking about this idea that now pervades our culture called gender ideology. And if you were here, you're like, oh no, I hope he doesn't do the gender unicorn again. But I won't, actually, on Sunday morning. But here's what gender ideology is, very briefly, for those of you that weren't here the previous 2 days. Gender ideology claims that the biological reality of sex, male and female, isn't an accurate description of human experience and reality. But the accurate way of understanding people is in terms of an internal sense of gender, called your gender identity, and then a social construct, in other words, just a kind of a social convention, called sex assigned at birth. Now that's really radical to claim that this fundamental reality, this reproductive strategy that pervades the plant and animal kingdoms, including humans, somehow humans are exempt from this. And in fact, what we really are is just this internal kind of psychological sense of gender, called, as I said, a gender identity. Now, you might wonder, okay, but what is that exactly? So a gender identity is an internal sense of gender. What's gender? So you might think that they mean sex. No, they don't mean sex. In fact, they don't even mean sex by sex. They won't use that word. They say sex assigned at birth. So this is probably the most radical idea ever to entirely pervade a culture in history. It's very difficult to think of another example, because something that every culture and every time and place has taken for granted is the basic reality of male and female. Every culture and every time and place has had something like the institution of marriage. There's a variation. Polygamy would be the main variation. But most cultures actually end up with something like monogamy, which is basically marriage is the social recognition, the public recognition of this basic reality of human nature, which is that it takes a fertile male and a fertile female to have children, and children should be raised ideally in the homes of their married mother and father. So we now know this from sociological research that this is true, even though it sort of makes sense intuitively. So that's something that every culture, every time and place, whatever their religious beliefs, whether or not they had access to special revelation, whether they had God's personal name disclosed to them as the people of Israel, or at the time the Hebrews coming out of Egypt, right? They had a God, they had a Lord, but they didn't know his name. It was because God told Moses his personal name that we know what it is. But people who didn't have that still knew what marriage is. They still knew that male and female existed. And everything that we have developed, if you separate the kind of materialistic assumptions starting in the 19th century in natural science from the actual stuff that we know that sex is a real thing that describes us, right? We observe it, we discover it, we don't impose it, we don't assign it to children at birth. That's gender ideology. And so I've talked a lot about kind of philosophy, the public policy, the science. I haven't talked about what the Christian worldview specifically gives for this. And it makes sense that we would do this at the end, because I think of these things as a kind of a traditional way of understanding the relationship of faith and reason. There's a traditional idea, I quote the 19th century American theologian Charles Hodge, who talks about God's two books. Now, what are God's two books? You're thinking Old New Testament, right? Well, he was talking about this traditional idea that God reveals himself in two primary ways. He reveals himself specially in Scripture, and in particular in the person of Jesus Christ. So that is a special revelation. He also revealed himself specially on Mount Sinai with Moses, right? So that's very particular. It's special. If you aren't around or you don't hear about it, right, you're not going to know about it. But God doesn't reveal himself to an alien world. This is the world God created. And you see it in the Psalms. You see it in Psalm 19. Psalm 19, remember how this starts. The heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim the work of his hands. Day after day they pour forth speech. Night after night they display knowledge. It's talking about the created order. In this case, the psalmist is looking up at the night sky and saying that the sky and the heavens declare God's glory. So in other words, it's not just that, well, yeah, if you study it carefully, you might get the idea that there's a creator, but it sort of actively participates in God's glory. Paul in Romans 1, what does he say? He says, from the foundation of the world, God's invisible qualities and eternal power have been clearly seen from the things that have been made. That's the book of nature in traditional Christian theology. In other words, God reveals himself specially in his special revelation and generally in his general revelation. And you actually see it in the psalm itself. So I've just given you the part I can remember from Psalm 19. But if you were to look at the Hebrew, what you'll discover is that there's two different words being used for God. So when it says the heavens declare the glory of God, the Hebrew it's the word El. You're probably familiar with Elohim as this plural version of this. But this is the generic word for God in the ancient Near East, certainly in Hebrew, but in other languages. So in other words, sort of the word God, which isn't a uniquely Christian word, right? It refers to a creator, a transcendent creator. And that word is used only once when it's talking about the heavens. Then you get halfway through the psalm, and then there's a shift. And this is how it starts. And so I've got the NIV memorized, so that's what's in my head. So we start out with the heavens declare the word of God, and then it shifts. The law of the Lord is perfect, reviving the soul. Lord, in English, most English translations, is the personal name of God, Yahweh. And it gets used 7 times in that section. So what's going on? So God, as a creator, the created order that he has created testifies to its existence, even to his eternal power and divine nature, Paul says. As creator, doesn't tell us everything about God, but the fact that there's a creator. And then God, in his law, remember this is the Hebrew writing, the Jewish theologian writing this, it reveals the Lord. So there's what the Jews understood, okay, God gave us the law. And that's what separates us. And it wasn't just some kind of imposed thing. It was a very specific way of living by which they could distinguish themselves from the rest of the peoples of the world. And they're supposed to be a priesthood to the whole world. Okay, so you see what's happening? Right there in the psalm, there's this idea, theologians would say this is the kind of revelatory economy. The way God has set up the world so that he has not created a world that's alien to him or is silent as to his existence. And so what does that mean? Well, it means a couple of things. It means we don't want to separate what God has put together. These two revelatory sort of realities. And so what that means is if we rightly interpret the book of nature, God's general revelation, and the book of scripture, his special revelation, they will agree with each other. And so we always have this question, if we think that there's a conflict between saying, well, have we understood what scripture is saying, have we understood what nature is saying properly? Right? Doesn't mean, okay, well, the Bible must be wrong, or, nature can't tell us anything, but are we interpreting them correctly? That's the idea. And so what that means is that faith and reason aren't enemies. Reason properly used, in other words, studying the natural world and also studying scripture, we use our reason. When we use it properly, we can come to true knowledge of God. Now, it's not everything, right? So you're not going to learn about the Trinity by doing astronomy. As far as I know. I shouldn't say that. I don't think you're going to learn about the Trinity from doing astronomy, right? Or that Jesus is fully human and fully man. Right? That's sort of philosophical reflection on the incarnation leads you to that. But it wouldn't occur to you if you didn't know that Jesus had come to earth and was fully divine and fully human. And so you wouldn't get it from God's general revelation. Right, does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And so what we do not want to do at this crisis in history is, as Christians, to define faith in such a way that's anti-rational, or to say that reason is something that the secularists have. Now, that's the atheists. They'll have that, and we'll have faith, by which we frame it as if it's contrary to reason or to studying the natural world. That actually contradicts the way God has set up the world, according to Romans 1. Make sense? Mm-hmm. And so that's one image, one way of thinking of this. Another way of thinking of this is actually a quote from Pope John Paul II, and you might not know, that's how everybody knows him now, that he was actually a Polish philosopher for decades before he was named as Pope. And he talks about it this way. He says, faith and reason are like two wings on which the human spirit rises to the contemplation of truth. So ideally, you can't fly. Birds can't fly with one wing, one or the other. But with both, this allows us to rise to the contemplation of truth. And we need a reason to be able to, right? If you can't read, for instance, you don't even have the ability to read, you can't read Scripture. And so these things go together. And so they should not be split apart. And why is it so important right now? It's so important right now because we are leaving a time in which the sort of elites in our culture that are hostile to the things of the faith claimed the mantle of reason, claimed the mantle of universal truth. That's passing away, and what we're getting instead is a radical kind of postmodernism that denies the availability of truth at all. All you have, rather, is power. There's no way to actually get together and have a rational debate and discussion about the evidence and then come to some kind of sense about what's true. No, all there is somebody is in charge, and whoever's in charge, they're going to control the lines of communication and what you're told and what you're taught. That's where we're moving. And so whereas even, say, 10 years ago, if you're involved like I was in the debate over the public meaning of marriage, you notice all of your allies were just, people like, I joke that it was like the people fighting marriage, just like the people that trying to defending unborn human life, is like the intern pool at the Heritage Foundation. It's a bunch of conservatives, right? So you might have evangelicals, you might have Catholics, you might have Orthodox Jews, and everyone is socially conservative. Well, the fight against gender ideology is this weird motley crew of people that includes religious people of all sorts and social conservatives, but it also includes some radical feminists who just don't want men in women's prisons, which seems fair. All right. It includes atheist evolutionary biologists that think that sex is a real thing and don't like this kind of radical postmodernism that denies reason. And so that creates a completely different situation for us. I would call that an apologetic moment. Not that, of course, doesn't mean we now apologize for everyone, right? Apologetics here means a defense of the faith. And so it's an opportunity for conversations. And the way we want to model this, I think, in this new environment, is that we want to show that we have some grasp of the facts, that we are willing to defend things that are known publicly, and then also to be able to look for opportunities to explain the way in which the Christian worldview explains these things much more fully. Now, the atheist evolutionary biologist can learn a lot about the kind of reproductive system that's true, but that person is not likely to understand the sort of larger context of where that system came from or what it means. That's what we have to do. And so my argument would be that we want to do both of those things. So let me give you a little bit of what I'd say. Okay, so what does that mean for reason? And by reason, I'm talking about what does this mean in terms of how we talk about this specific aspect of what we know publicly. So in this case, it's going to actually have to do with something in biology, right? It's a very specific thing. And then, how does what we understand and know as Christians apply to that? And so as a result of that, this is going to be the weirdest sermon you have ever heard on Sunday morning. All right? It just is. And last night, I had the hardest time with this because I'm thinking, oh my word, I'm going to be talking about sperm and eggs on Sunday morning. And then I just decided, I'm leaning into this. This is just what we're doing. And the reason is because we have got to learn to talk about the reality and the beauty and the God-givenness of sex rightly oriented. We're just so used to it being distorted and disordered that we almost think, well, let's just not talk about it at all, right? It's kind of awkward, and we all really don't like to talk about it. I'm just frankly a little uncomfortable because there's some kids here. We've got to learn to be able to talk about this and to embrace it and to defend its goodness and its reality. And a moment in which, if you thought the sexual revolution was about overemphasizing sex or elevating sex to something where it was not going to be, it might have looked like that. But if someone's advocating radical promiscuity in which people will have sexual relations with casual acquaintances that they might have met on a social media app. I'm not sure what that is, but whatever it is, it's not elevating sexuality. It's debasing it. And if you had any doubt about that, we are now reaching the point in the sexual revolution in which we are sterilizing children. That's not elevating, that's destroying. That was where this was headed all along. It just took kind of some subtle thinking to realize that. So as a result, I think we need to defend sexual reality. That's a weird kind of thing that we're going to have to do. And so we have to know how to do it. And then we have to be able to contextualize it, put it in the context of the fully Christian understanding of male and female. So the first thing, now I am showing you a trick slide right here. This is a trick slide. Because when somebody asks you to define male and female, if you haven't studied biology in a lot of detail, then you remember your high school biology. It's the only thing you remember about your high school biology, except maybe that fetal pig that you had to dissect, right? That's it. And so what everyone remembers when you ask them this, and this is universal, so state legislators remember this, members of the US Congress think of this, members of parliament in Kenya think of this. You say, okay, so what is a male and what is a female? So, it's simple. A male is someone with XY chromosomes, and a female is someone with XX chromosomes. That's it. Right? There have even been bills attempted to be written that define things in this way. Okay, now, so here's the thing. We're in this weird political moment in which we are 1 to 5 months away from something happening in Washington, D.C. And it's this weird rulemaking process in which the federal government is going to redefine what sex is to include gender identity. And so I won't bore you with the details. It has to do with Title IX, which is a law passed in 1972 to help women have equal opportunities in publicly funded institutions. And Title IX naively just treated, acted as if everybody knew what sex, male and female were. So it didn't define it. Right, silly things in 1972. Why did they do that? Why would you bother defining male and female? Everybody knows what this is. And so as a result, no states have definitions until just actually this last year of what a male and female are. And now the federal government is about to redefine sex. And once it does this in Title IX, this works its way through all of our laws and regulations at the federal level to include gender identity. Okay, so Jay, what does that mean? What that means is that after that happens, if you are a state or a school that wants to say keep boys out of girls' locker rooms, and you want to separate sports by sex, but there is a man who identifies as female, if you do not let him participate in female sports, you will be violating his civil rights and can be sued. Right? That's about to happen. And so if you thought, I don't know, we haven't done this before, why do we need to understand this now? That's why. We've got to be able to make the case that, no, in fact, sex is a real thing. It makes a real difference in the world, and we were rational all along in having separate boys and girls bathrooms, separate boys and girls sports, and all those kinds of things. Because of that, we've got to be able to explain it correctly. And the reason this is a trick slide is that sex is not defined by chromosomes. Sex in humans is normally determined by a genetic pathway that's normally represented according to two different chromosomal arrangements. Those are two different things. And in fact, if you want to know what sex is, you actually already knew. So if sex is literally defined as these two chromosomes, did people know what sex was before we knew about chromosomes? It's one or the other, right? If that's literally what it is, that means nobody actually knew what it was until we discovered that. And if this is what it was, how did we come, if we didn't know what male and female were, when we discovered the chromosomes, how did we know to associate the XY chromosome with the males and the XX chromosome with the females? We had to have already known what it was to do that. Right? So they got us off on a wrong track here because maybe your biology teacher didn't explain it quite right, or maybe they didn't remember it quite right. Yeah, it's possible. And so long story short, this is the normal sex determining mechanism in humans for male or female. And it corresponds to male and female 99.98% of the time. But there are actually other chromosomal arrangements in humans. They're called disorders of sexual development. Someone can have just an X chromosome. Someone can have an XXY chromosome. And so see, if a state government defines male and female in terms of these chromosomes, all the ACLU has to do is find one with a different chromosomal arrangement. Say, so according to the state, this person is either not human or not male or not female. Do you see the problem? So I could just bore you to tears with this, but I won't. All right, but that's not how you define sex. You already know it has something to do with reproduction, right? So just stick with that, because that's actually right. Okay, so having shown you and burned into your sort of retinas here, this XY, hopefully that will make the point. Now, I'm not saying that those don't exist. I'm just saying that that's not how sex is defined. So sex, how would it be defined most generally? The kind of nature of this thing. Okay, so in humans, and in fact most other plants and animals, plants too, all right, reproduce, you already need to remember this, anisotropously. All that means is that the two gametes are different sizes. And this is true, across millions of species, but the mechanisms vary. So in humans, it's mainly determined by chromosomes, but there's some variation. Green sea turtles, you know what determines the sex of the offspring? The temperature of the water that the mother is in. Nothing to do with chromosomes. But yet it lands on this same reproductive strategy of a big gamete and a small gamete. And so what is sex? Sex is the kind of reproductive strategy in anisogynous species that involves the fusion of a large, relatively immobile gamete, in other words, a big old, kind of slow-moving gamete, right, the ova, and small, but relatively small, relatively immobile gamete, which we call sperm. And so to get a new member of this species, these two cells have to fuse. And then you get a zygote, it becomes an embryo, and different names for different stages of development of the same human organism. You were once a zygote. You were once an embryo and a fetus and a newborn. Those aren't different species, right, that aren't human. Those are stages that every human being goes through from the earliest to the latest. And then these other stages, boomer, Xer, all right, so you following me here? I know I've got a lot of stuff on Sunday morning. Okay, so Jay, how do you define then and defend sex? And if you're going to defend the reality of sex, you've got to be able to define it precisely. And if you want to know what public policy analysts do, I will tell you one of the things that we do, weirdly, is you do stuff like develop model legislation. And so some of us realized a year and a half ago or so that, wow, states need a way to define what male and female are. They're just taking this for granted, and they're going to end up in a weird situation where they could be accused of just arbitrarily separating people. And it turns out it's a little harder to do than you would think. Because you've got to define it in a way that, first of all, accounts for what it is in reality, accounts for the fact that some people have disorders of sexual development, so that like what would normally happen in normal development doesn't fully come to fruition. People sometimes, either by accident or by surgery, have certain organs removed, right? And then you have to account for the fact that even the gametes come online at different times in development. So when you're this undifferentiated tiny cell, tiny zygote, you don't have gametes. You don't have anything that produces the eggs and the sperm. And so you got to account for all of that. You got to do it in a way that defines so that you can objectively pick out each person, accounting for all those complicated things, and have it be accurate. So you want to know what it is? All right, let me see if I can advance this. There we go. All right, so the kind of technical way of saying this is to say, okay, it's about reproduction, and it's about phenotype, not genotype. Phenotype is the whole body system. Right? That's what sex is ultimately about, but we understand it by reference to reproduction. All right? Okay, so let me answer the question you've all been wondering about this. fact, let's do it, and this is the sort of, this is the question, right, that everybody's asking. So what is a woman? Well, a woman, by the way, if any of you that saw Matt Walsh's terrific documentary, if you haven't seen it, watch it tonight. But after you've read that chapter of Fight a Good Fight. So, it just goes around and asks experts what a woman is, and none of the experts seem to be able to answer it. Of course, the answer is a woman is an adult human female. That's the answer. But it's not that hard. So why did all these smarties and PhDs in sciences, why weren't they willing to say that? They knew that. They weren't willing to say it because that contradicts gender ideology. Because female, adult human female, the word female there, unless you are able to fuzz it up, is a biological term. Right? They don't want you to quite know that. If they say that, they will be committing to something they don't believe or don't want to believe. So what is a woman? A woman is an adult human female. So, okay, what is a female? All right, so let me give it to you. A female is an individual who naturally has had, will have, or would have, but for a developmental anomaly or accident, the reproductive system that at some point produces, transports, and utilizes eggs for reproduction. So if you spend some time on that, there was more blood, sweat, and tears poured into that particular sentence than you could possibly imagine, involving lawyers, philosophers, and biologists, and legislators, all right? To capture this, now that's a basic reality that at one level we apprehend. Okay, people will say, well, they'll say, well, the women are the ones that give birth and they're the ones that don't, right? I mean, that's not a definition though, because if that's true, all the people who are women, there are no people who are not women who are giving birth, right? So everyone that can give birth is a woman. Of course, there's some women that can't give birth, and there's some women that can't yet give birth. And so you have to account for all those things. And you can't account for it without really talking about the purpose of something. And the purpose of all this thing, not just these isolated gametes, but the whole system that involves the brain and the endocrine system and specialized organs and the production and preservation of gametes and the ability to bring those together. That whole system is what sex is. And it is an unbelievably coordinated process that makes a mockery of almost everything else in the biological world. It's utterly staggering that this exists and that we take it for granted, and that there are atheist evolutionary biologists like Richard Dawkins who are now defending it on X, formerly Twitter. Richard Dawkins, the world's leading English-speaking sort of Darwinian popularizer, is on the right side on this debate. And so he's at least following that partial truth that he has, but he only has that part of the truth. So if you're wondering, so there are actually a bunch of states underway right now developing and debating laws on the definition of sex. And for a while, the folks on the other side didn't notice it, but are y'all seeing the activist biologist bigotry slide? All right. So I just created that slide yesterday. So a friend sent me this. It said, oh, the LGBT map has found this out. So they finally have an entry. Oh no, there are states that want to define sex biologically, and if you read it, so that they can discriminate. That's literally what the article says. So biology is now bigotry. That's where we are. That's kind of good news for us, because it's going to be really hard for most people to be able to orient themselves in a world that denies basic biological reality. So that is an opportunity. Right? So that's an opportunity for us to defend the reality of biological sex. Now, how should we think of this? So there's two things happening here. So you can understand in biology how something works, right? The kind of mechanisms that give rise to it, what the interactions of the system are. You can say study the vertebrate heart, or specifically the human heart. You know absolutely everything about it, what it's for, what each of the atrial ventricles do, the aorta, all that stuff, right? And you wouldn't have to know how it came about, where it came from, right? But you might not have any theory about it. I don't know where the system ultimately came from. I have no idea. So there's a difference between understanding the system as it works and understanding kind of what's the historical account. What's the way in which it came to exist? And so it's quite possible, for instance, to be able to study these things and be a complete dyed-in-the-wool Darwinist who says not just that natural selection and random variation explain some things, but that it explains everything. So all this stuff that really looks designed commonsensically and just screams design, looks like it has a purpose and function, according to the strict Darwinian, all these things are ultimately the result of this process called natural selection, selecting over time for current survival advantage. And so what that would mean, let's say, okay, so what would that mean? That would mean that everything that we see in the biological world, given enough time, and given this process, natural selection, and given the fact that you get variation, right, so every member of the species is the same, will create step-by-step processes and systems of staggering complexity. And I don't mean by just complexity, the complexity of a pile of rocks. I mean the complexity of a fully integrated system that's more integrated than any machine that you could ever imagine to create. That's the claim. That's the Darwinian claim. Now, I have all sorts of thoughts on this. I have written on this over the last, actually 25 years now. Here's, so that you know exactly my view on Darwinism. I think the Darwinian mechanism explains some things around the edges. It's been said that the Darwinian process can explain the survival of the fittest, but not the arrival of the fittest. Or the way I put it, the Darwinian mechanism is a pretty good pruner, but a terrible gardener. All right, so what do I mean? So what I mean is that you've got a bacterial population and it's in an ecosystem that is your body, and you are sick with it and you take an antibiotic, and lots of people do this, you can end up with a bacterial strain that's resistant to the antibiotic through a Darwinian process. So the question is that process, is that powerful enough to be able to create other things? All the evidence we have is that it's not. In fact, even with respect to you know how those bacteria get resistant to antibiotics? They basically break something on the outer surface. And this is over and over how natural selection seems to work. In these weird, quirky situations, it can select for a survival advantage of something that varies, but if it gets too far out on the edges, the variation is actually a break. So it can't kind of keep producing stuff over and over. What do I mean? Let me give you a better example. So imagine a situation in which you have birds that have wings and they can fly, and they're on an island. Now, normally, it is survivally advantageous to be able to fly if you're a bird. If you're predators that are on the ground and you need to get away, you're going to be better off being able to fly away, right? So that would give you a survival advantage. So in normal environments, you're going to be able to fly away, and if one of these birds is born that can't fly, natural selection is going to weed that individual out. That's the idea, all right? Now imagine a situation where you're on an island without predators, and you're a bird. But the weird thing about this island is that as you get up above about 30 feet above the surface of the island, the wind is really strong, it blows you off course way out to sea. So in that weird environment, you could get a mutation where a bird is flightless. It loses something. Right? It loses a function, doesn't gain a function, and that gives it a survival advantage. That over and over and over again is what the examples of natural selection are that we have. It's a great book by Mike Behe, my friend, the biochemist, called Darwin Devolves, in which he uses all these examples. Now, I know it's getting a little technical, but what I want you to see is that natural selection, what we can observe in terms of its actual power of explaining, is that it's real and extremely limited. In fact, it looks like if you need just 2 mutations to get something, or at most 3, you're just never going to get it. You're never going to get it. And so the question is, how did this thing happen? That is an image of what we have now observed in the lab, which is the moment of fertilization. So in the moment of fertilization, when a new human individual comes into existence from the fusion of the sperm and egg, there is a zinc flash. There's a light flash that happens right at that moment. In fact, there's video online. I was just afraid because it's all new tech stuff, and so I'm having to use an iPad, and if I do a video, it'll be a disaster probably, so I won't be able to do it. So look it up. That's what we're seeing. How did this system come about, right? Well, so Darwin actually, he proposed a way of testing his theory. Here's what he said. He said if it could be demonstrated that any complex organ existed which could not possibly have been formed by numerous successive slight modifications, my theory would absolutely break down. So what he's saying is that, okay, we could find a system, he said a complex organ, any kind of system in biology, that could not possibly, as he said, have been put together by numerous slight modifications. Now, why does he say that? He says that because natural selection can only work on present survival advantage, right? So if you've got a bunch of water buffalo and some water buffalo have pointier, sharper horns and they can run faster, the natural selection is going to tend to select those. Why? Because the lions will eat the slow ones, right? So then the population ends up with pointier horns or antlers, whatever it is that the water buffalo have, right? You get the idea. But it can only select that. Natural selection doesn't have foresight. It can't say, oh, you know, it would be really nifty if these water buffalo had really big wings that could fly away. So I'm going to hold these 45 protein parts and some of this stuff for a few million years until maybe we get the mutation, you know, for the wings. It doesn't have foresight. It can only select for present advantage because it's not a person. All right, so he basically set up a test. Now, he overstated this. He basically said if it could not possibly have come. Well, now this is too high of a bar because you can always come up with a Darwinian story. It's actually really easy. You can almost pick anything and come up with a story, and you can pick its opposite and come up with some kind of natural selection story without data. What you really want to know is, okay, look, what's the best way to explain these things? What's the most plausible way to explain these things? And what's the most plausible way to explain these things if we don't rule out options? Because that's the other thing Darwin did, is he proposed a purely material mechanism for complexity. That's one thing. But then he also was able to help redefine what science was, away from the kind of best search for the causes of reality in the natural world to the search for the best naturalistic or materialistic cause. So he manages to propose a materialistic mechanism and rule out the main alternative, which would be something like design for purpose. That's very clever. But if we say, that's not intellectually a legitimate move, we should be open to the evidence wherever it leads us. So what's the best and what's the most plausible explanation to the system? And what I would love to do now is to give you just some of the details of this system, but it will take us into the mid-afternoon and I'll miss my flight. So I'm not going to do that. But I have a friend and colleague at the Discovery Institute named Jonathan McClatchy, and he has been writing a series on this at the website evolutionnews.org about different aspects of this system and the way this comes about. I'll just give you one example. For this to happen, first of all, this only happens, right, they have to be the same species for this to work. So it's very specific. And so how does the one sperm, how does it get into the egg? Well, the sperm on its head, it carries a particular enzyme that dissolves, I think it's a protein on the surface of the ovum, and then it allows it to enter. And then another process basically locks the walls after this happens, so you don't get sperm continuing to come in. That's just one thing that needs to work. So the question is, are these things that, would plausibly get put together one step at a time? Well, Mike Behe, who I mentioned a minute ago, has another classic book now called Darwin's Black Box, in which he made this thing very popular. How many of you are familiar with Behe's argument? It's a good number. So he popularized this term called irreducible complexity. And all that is it just describes any system in which you need all the parts working together in order for the system to have a function. And so he uses a mousetrap as an example with a catch and a spring and a hammer. If you take one of these off the base, it's not that it catches only 80% of the mice, except for a really spastic mouse that, I don't know, trips on the catch or something. It just really doesn't work. So that's the idea. And so these are the kinds of systems that you found in the biological world and say, oh, that looks like the kind of thing that the Darwinian mechanism would be really bad at producing. Because you can imagine how some things can be produced in a cumulative way, so that you can imagine a pathway like just add this little thing, it will be slightly more advantageous, and natural selection can select that. And so that's the mental picture. If the full Darwinian story is true, that something like that has to happen. So that if you start finding stuff in the world, in the biological world, the whole darn thing, it doesn't confer any survival advantage. In fact, it would be a drag on the system if it weren't all working together. Natural selection would weed these things out. That's just the kind of thing that Darwin's mechanism is not suited for. Well, what cause is suited for that? Let's think about this. So what cause that we are familiar with is able to anticipate, foresight, a system or an outcome ahead of time, and then to do things to bring that about? Well, when it comes to foresight, intelligent agents have exclusive jurisdiction. It's only intelligence, agents that have purposes and plans, right, that have this capacity. And so these are the kinds of things, if you open the evidence, you're going to say, that looks much more plausibly like the product of design rather than the Darwinian mechanism. And you can say that while granting that the Darwinian mechanism explains some things. You don't have to say it doesn't do anything. It's just a bunch of stuff. It seems to be really good at explaining stuff around the edges. Well, Behe popularized, this is in some ways sort of, I call this the mascot of the intelligent design movement, which is sad because nobody has experience with this thing. I wish it had been a panda bear or something, but you know, this is what it is. This is a bacterial flagellum, or a kind of a cutout diagram of this flagellum, or a flagella is something that some bacteria and other organisms use to propel themselves through fluid. And Behe did a really detailed analysis now, 28 years ago, when the book first came out, and argued that the bacterial flagellum is irreducibly complex. So there's this amazing process that has to take place sequentially to build the thing, and you need all these different protein parts in place for this thing to work. It's a type of motor. It's a type of rotary motor. It's something like 40 some odd proteins all have to be in place. That's the kind of thing you would expect from design. It's not the kind of thing that you would expect from natural selection. So if that's right, one of God's lowliest creatures that we don't really care about very much, it exhibits this reality of a purposeful universe. That's just one little system. And all we're talking is about the bacterial flagellum. Now think of the level of coordination that is involved in the reproductive system, both in development, to be able to make it possible to fuse these two cells in such a way that the human being starts as a single cell that's initially fertilized as a human being, that's about the size of the head of a pin, right? And then in 9 months grows orders of magnitude to 5 to 7 pound baby. We don't have any idea how to build stuff like that. We can build stuff at a certain stage. You don't know how to do that at all. So if you want to say, well, it's kind of like a machine, yeah, but this is like no kind of machine we've ever had. We have any idea how we would build this. This is glorious. We should be talking about the wonders of sex in the right context on the street corner. This is crazy. We've only just begun to figure out how to analyze this. But I'm absolutely convinced that the glory of this system is one of the reasons that the enemy has targeted it for destruction. Satan and the forces of darkness hate what it means to be made in the image of God. He hates creativity. He hates value. Right? He wants to destroy it. He can't create anything. All he can do is pervert what God has created. And so is it any wonder that in Genesis 1, God creates us in his image, God creates us male and female, God creates us and then blesses us to be fruitful and multiply? Is it any wonder that every one of those claims has been under sustained attack by forces in our culture? Of course not. Of course not. And so I've been talking a lot just about the kind of simple parts. There's a much larger picture here of what we will call the complementarity of male and female. So if you think about this, you as an individual organism, a human, have a bunch of systems, a bunch of body parts and organs, and they can fulfill their function by themselves. In other words, without another person. So if your heart is working, you don't need someone else for your heart to pump. right? Now, I'm not saying you might not need a doctor. I just mean for the function to accomplish, right? You don't need someone else. You can fulfill the function of your lungs by yourself. Your eyes. You just run through the stuff. You realize, okay, yeah, so you're kind of a fully self-contained organism. But each of us has other systems, another kind of complement of systems, that can only fulfill its function with a member of the opposite sex. That's a kind of basic biological reality, but it's also a theological reality. So let's just remind ourselves here of Genesis 1. It says it's God's sixth day. He creates the land animals, remember, in the morning, and then he pauses. Rather than ending like the other days, he pauses and he talks to himself. And I'm sorry, this is the best picture of Adam and Eve I can find. They are all naked, and they're all, also weirdly, artists have been painting Adam and Eve eating from the fruit of the tree in the garden. That's the subject. But if you try to find an image of God creating Adam and Eve, why haven't artists focused on that part? You know, I don't know, it's like they got to this so fast, it's more dramatic maybe. And so I tried to cut off the serpent there, but you get the idea. All right, so look, I just want you to notice kind of a couple of things about this text. So God created man in his own image. Notice the pronouns. Pronouns keep recurring. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he, that is God, created him. That's singular. Male and female, he created them. So the Hebrew's playing with words here, isn't it? It's like if he created him in his image, he created them. And then what does he say? He commands them and blesses them and says, be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth and subdue it. This initial sort of mandate blessing, right at the beginning, combines both our creativity and our productivity and our fertility simultaneously. So what I think is happening here is that each of us is properly understood as an image of God. We are created in God's image as individuals, but we ultimately cannot fulfill what that means, the implications of what it means, without others. We can't be productive as individuals in the way that we can when we're working with other people or with an economy, we can differentiate. And of course, we can't, as individuals, reproduce. We can't multiply without someone else. And that is exactly what it takes. It takes one fertile male and one fertile female coming together in a particular way in order to be able to fulfill this command and blessing. So that the image of God somehow, in a mysterious way, incorporates us as individuals, but it also calls us into a particular type of communion and relationship with each other. And it is so profound, the relationship between husband and wife in marriage is so profound that Paul later uses it in the New Testament to analogize the relationship of Christ and the church. That's the beauty of the thing. And we have gotten so turned off by its distortion and its corruption that we have failed to praise God and to defend him in his truth in the public square and to glorify him for this amazing system that he has given us, of which we're just beginning to understand. That is our duty, I think, and our call in this moment, is to defend both of those things. And I'm here to deliver very good news. Reality is on our side. We may have all the principalities and powers of the world arrayed against us, both literally and figuratively. But we have reality on our side, and reality has a say. Reality actually isn't susceptible to modification via the rulemaking mechanism at the Health and Human Services Department or the U.S. Congress. The U.S. Congress has no jurisdiction over reality. And that is very, very good news. We have the natural reality of the world God has created, and we have the blessing and the mandate of the Creator itself. Amen.
Brother Richards makes his way out because he's got to catch a plane. Let's show our appreciation. Wonderful blessing. Information download today. What a great reminder that we are fearfully and wonderfully made by our God, our Creator. Amen? And we can rejoice in that and celebrate all that that means. You know, it is so vital in our culture and in our world today for us to remember that basic truth. Dear friend, each and every one of us has been fearfully and wonderfully made by our God. And unfortunately, early on, Genesis 3, something came into our world to rob us of that unique relationship with our Creator. It was sin. Sin brought about death, a judgment of separation from our Creator. But the good news is that God so loved this world. God so loved this world that He created. That He gave. He gave His only begotten Son. To do what? To take on the penalty of Genesis 3. The judgment of separation. So that in that righteous judgment, He could bring back His Father to Himself. He could restore them. He could make them new creatures again. He could restore them back to a relationship with Himself for time and for eternity. And He could begin the healing process through His healing graces to begin to restructure our hearts and our minds, our souls and our bodies to that reality of forgiveness and restoration. And so this conference theme has been God turn it around. Because that's exactly what God and God alone can do in your life. You cannot turn yourself around. You cannot turn your soul around, your mind around, your heart around, nor your body around. But praise God, He can, and He will. And so this morning, I would invite any of you, as we stand and begin to sing, God turn it around. I invite you today, if that's what you want that to be your prayer, God, you turn it around. I need it. I need forgiveness of my sins. I need a relationship with you through your Son, the Lord Jesus Christ. God, would you turn my eternal destiny around from hell to heaven? Would you turn my heart around, my mind around, my soul around, my body around? I invite you to stand and let's sing. And today, Pastor Joe will be in the front. If you need to make this day the day you say, Lord Jesus, I'm calling upon you to turn it all around for me, then you come in this conference. Make this your prayer. You don't have it on the screen, Google it. God, turn it around.
May God come and turn this thing around. God, turn it around. God, turn it around. turn it around. Oh, but my hope is in the name of Jesus. Breakthrough will come in the name of Jesus. Praying God will turn this thing around. God turn it around. God turn it around. God turn it around. Calling on the name changes everything. God turn it around. God turn it around. God turn it around. Oh, I hope is in the name of Jesus. Breakthrough will come in the name of Jesus. God turn it around. 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 God turn it around.
Maybe he's up to something good.
He is up to something. He is up to something. God is doing something right now. He is up to something. He is up to something. God is doing something right now. He is doing something. He is saying something. God is doing something right now. He is doing something. He is saying something. God is doing something right now. He is doing something. Making a way for something. God is doing something now. He is doing something. Making a way for something. God is doing something. Making a way for something. God is doing something right now. Oh, my hope is in the name of Jesus. Turn it around. God turn it around. God turn it around. God turn it around. God turn it around.
Oh, Father God, we thank you that you're the God who's turned it all around. We thank you that in your Son, the curse has been reversed. And that the day is coming, Lord, when there will be no more pain, no more sickness, no more sorrow, no more brokenness over sins, no more broken lives, no more broken hearts, no more broken minds. Lord, we thank you for the great triumph We thank you for the one who sits as king. and he is coming back to reign. This morning, Lord God, we thank you for the Savior and all that he has done. Now we pray, Lord, lastly, that if there's any heart, any soul, any mind that is yet to call upon your name, Lord, would you show them? Would you speak to their heart and let them know that there is a balm in Gilead, there is a healing from Zion that is awaiting them. And his name is Jesus. To him we give all praise and glory and honor and power and majesty and dominion forever and